please all stand. Coroners Court has commenced.
Good morning. So, good morning to Laurent and Vinciane and JP in particular. I'm so sorry to Laurent and Vinciane about how late it is for you. All right. I'm glad that you can picture where we are, except the weather is much, much worse at the moment. It's raining so much.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right, I'll just take appearances from Mr. Evenden and first of all from Counsel Assisting.
Good morning, Your Honour. I appear as your counsel assisting. My name is Edwards for the record, and I appear with Mr. Harrington and Ms. McGee from the Crown Solicitor's Office.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Evenden, I appear for the Hayez family.
Thank you, Mr. Evenden.
Your Honour, my name is Palmer. I appear for the Commissioner of New South Wales Police, and I appear also with Ms. Alana Wooldridge and Mr. Timothy Lowe of the Office of General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'm not going to give another long opening, but just in terms of the overview of what's going to happen this week. Today we're going to look at the search and particularly the early days of the search. We're going to hear from Senior Constable Papworth, who was the Land, Sea and Air Search Coordinator for Day 1 and Day 2, which was the 9th and 10th of June 2019. And we're going to hear from Senior Constable Sterling, who was the coordinator on the 11th of June, Day 3. We'll be looking particularly at areas that were searched that we now know, because of the Google data, were areas that Theo traversed or had been near, and we won't be looking as much in areas where we now know we don't think Theo was located. That's today. We're also hoping, if we can, to play some drone footage that was taken by Senior Constable Sterling, but we will need to do a technical check before that occurs. Tomorrow we have Professor Senavaratne. He's got some new information of some significance. So he's going to come in tomorrow. He's going to be taken to some key sites of interest around the Cape Byron headland. And then we're going to hear some new evidence from him because, in conjunction with Mr. Harrington, it may be that we have been able to further refine where Theo's phone might have been located at around 1 a.m. or before that period of 5 hours where the phone stops communicating with the towers before coming back just after 6:15 a.m, albeit very briefly. So that's tomorrow's evidence. On Friday, we were planning to hear from Sergeant Hawkes, who was one of the team members of the homicide squad who flew up to assist in Byron Bay and provided assistance with liaising with Telstra about the mobile phone data. Having conducted a very extensive conference with her, it's not clear that she can really add much to her statement, but we have prepared a short supplementary statement, or I think that's in the works as we speak. It may be, and obviously it's a matter to discuss with Mr. Evenden and Ms. Palmer as well, she may not be a witness on Friday. It's possible that there may be last-minute additions to the witness list. We're liaising with some of the searchers in some of those key areas, and information is coming in from them. We're trying to distill that into statements, and we'll either tender that this week or, if that's not ready, early next week. There's also been a potential breakthrough, and I don't want to overstate it, Your Honour, but we know that Theo was engaged in some WhatsApp activity just before 1 a.m. on the 31st of May, before that critical 5-hour period when his phone stopped communicating with the tower. As Your Honour might recall, it was an area of intense focus by the police and by the family very early on in the investigation. A press conference was held, Home Affairs became involved, but nothing was able to be determined about that activity. It's possible we've found somebody who was communicating with Theo on the 31st of May. We're trying to ascertain whether or not that communication was close to that period just before 1 a.m. If there are further developments in that area, I propose to brief Your Honour about those on Friday.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
That's the overview, and unless there's anything further, I'll call the first witness, who's Senior Constable Lewis Papworth, who's appearing by AVL.
Thank you. Senior Constable Papworth, can you see and hear us?
I can.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Senior Constable Papworth, I'm going to swear you in. Do you wish to take the oath or the affirmation?
Oath.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
You're a Senior Constable attached to Lismore Police Rescue right now, is that right, Senior Constable?
Yes, that's correct.
You've signed a statement for this inquest dated the 9th of September 2021.
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate statement to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, there's a couple of typos spelling mistakes that I've come across while reviewing it. But,
All right. Is there anything of substance or significance that you'd like to change?
No.
All right. You've also had a very detailed conference with the team assisting Her Honour on the 16th of February 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that conference, you've made a number of further inquiries? You just have to say yes for the transcript, Senior Constable.
Yes.
Yes. I'll take you to those throughout your evidence today. Is it the case that as at June 2019, you were a leading Senior Constable attached to the Police Rescue Squad?
I believe I was just a senior constable at that stage.
And were you at that stage a part-time member of Lismore Police Rescue?
Yes.
You're now full-time, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You go through various disciplines in your statement that you were trained and accredited in as part of the Police Rescue Squad. Is it the case that as at June 2019, you had recently completed the LANSAR course, the Land Search Coordinators course, in March 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it the case, as we've heard from Sergeant Vidler, that that's a 2-week course and then there's some form of assessment at the end?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it part of that course an aspect or learning about how people behave when they go missing to elucidate how they might be located?
Yes, there is an aspect that we are taught in that.
So you learn certain behavioural aspects about people, so it's not just about logistics of searches, but to assist you in deciding search areas. Is that a way of putting it?
Yes.
And I'm going to take you in your evidence to some of the use that you made of that training during your participation in Theo's search. But one of the aspects of your course that you didn't learn, you indicated in our conference, was about the Pulsar mapping system. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you able to explain to Her Honour, firstly, what is the Pulsar system of mapping?
So the Pulsar system is the police rescue computer program that we use in our land searches to document it. It's obviously it's a map, but we can obviously add layers of GPS data, search areas, search teams. Yeah.
And why didn't you learn about it in your LANSAR course?
So unfortunately, when I did the LANSAR course, there was only myself and one other rescue operator on that course. The rest of the participants were from general duties. So they didn't have access to the Pulsar system. So it was determined that obviously they weren't going to teach they weren't going to take time to teach just 2 participants a system that the other participants didn't have access to, and it was decided that I'd get trained in Pulsar at a later date.
Do you know how to use that system now?
Yes.
Did you in June 2019 when you were coordinating the search for Theo Hayez?
No.
What impact did it have on you not knowing that system when you were coordinating that search? What difference did it make?
Well, I suppose the biggest difference was with the Pulsar system, we can obviously add layers, so we can have add layers to that map. So it could be day one search, day two search, etc. Me using a paper map and a laminated map, it's a lot harder to add those layers, and because you can add the layer of what was searched on one day and then overlay it with another day, or you can take it away. So it's a sort of a live document, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. Was there any other impact that it had on your activities as coordinator?
I suppose to a certain extent, any GPS data that I would have obtained while I was the search coordinator, I couldn't upload it to the map, to a Pulsar system.
Is it the case that ordinarily, if GPS data is being used by searchers, that would be provided to the land search coordinator, who would then upload it to the Landsar system, so there would be a visual representation of that GPS data? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Since I've been educated on how to use the Pulsar system, my searches since then, what I'll usually do is when I send the searchers out in the morning, I'll give them the GPSs. When they come back for their lunch, for their break, I'll collect all those up and I'll upload them in the field, so I can actually get sort of like a up-to-date GPS data of where they actually have been in that morning, and I can sort of see if there are any areas that haven't been searched.
And you mentioned just now that you have more experience and it's a system that you're using now. To put that answer in context, could you explain to Her Honour, I think Theo Hayez was the third land search you'd ever coordinated, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Without going into too much detail, do you want to give us a bit of explanation as to the magnitude of your previous two searches before Theo?
So the first search I ever was involved in was, I believe it was a 93-year-old gentleman who'd gone missing from his home at about 2 a.m. and I became involved in that search because I was working general duties and I responded to the initial job. Obviously, I've commenced the land search and I was waiting for the SES to attend, and while waiting for them, this 93-year-old gentleman's been located. The second search I ever did was actually the 8th of June, so the day before I commenced my search for Theo, and that was a gentleman who'd threatened self-harm the night before, walked out of the house, hadn't been seen for a number of hours. The family and friends had searched for him, and then late in the afternoon of the 8th, we were contacted. And then prior to my arrival on scene, he was located.
Would it be fair to say that in terms of magnitude, logistics and complexity, the Theo Hayez search was vastly different to anything you'd done before?
Yes.
And in fact, you indicated in conference that even though you've done a number of searches since that time, the search for Theo Hayez still is the biggest, most complex search you've ever been engaged in. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know why you personally were selected to coordinate the first day of Theo's search?
I believe I was just the on-call rescue operator that day, so the rescue phone was diverted to me, and yeah.
Are there options, or is there just going to be one person on call at any given time?
So there's two operators on call 24 hours a day, either through rostering or being available on call, so a phone call to come get recalled to duty. It just sort of depends who's the first operator on call, because we have a first on call and a second on call. If you're the first on call, the phone goes to you. We get a phone call. If it's something we're not accredited in, like if it was a job for an explosive or something like that and we weren't trained in that, obviously we'd refer it on to someone who is. So maybe the second on call. But if you're the first on call and you're accredited, yeah.
We know that Theo was reported missing on the 6th of June and the land search that you coordinated started on the 9th of June. Did you have any involvement in deciding when the land search would commence?
No.
Do you know anything about why it was that the land search didn't commence to the 9th of June?
No, I don't.
Well, I'll take you then now to the 9th of June. How did you first become involved in the search for Theo Hayez?
So it was approximately 10 a.m. on the 9th. I got a phone call. I believe it was Acting Inspector Hamilton. from Tweed Byron Police District.
What did he
Phoned
say?
me and he obviously just explained, he asked if I was familiar with the Theo Hayez disappearance. I said I was. I'd seen something in the news, obviously knew very basic details of it. I think it was something along the lines of, oh yeah, he was a backpacker who's gone missing. Acting Inspector Hamilton said, oh, we're going to commence a land search for him. And yeah, that's about all I can recall of that conversation.
You say in your statement that there's a Belgian connection in that your mother is Belgian, is that right?
Yes, my mother was born in Belgium.
You're a dual citizen yourself of Australia and Belgium?
Yes.
But you don't speak French?
No. My mother immigrated when she was 8 years old, so...
Yes, and I must apologise to you. I've been calling you Louis, but you go by Lewis, is that right?
Yes, that's fine, but...
Yes, so I think you indicated to us earlier that because of that Belgian connection, your interest had been somewhat caught by the fact that there was a missing Belgian backpacker in Byron Bay, is that right?
Yeah, there was obviously a few key words there that sort of caught my interest. Obviously, Belgian backpacker, Byron Bay. They're all sort of things that made me sort of, I suppose, pay more attention to it when I heard it on the news or on the radio.
When did you first become aware that Theo had been missing since the 1st of June?
It was probably when I went and had my briefing with Acting Inspector Hamilton at the SES headquarters.
And as a land search coordinator, what significance does it have to you when somebody's been missing for 8 days when you first come onto the scene?
It sort of has a very big impact because I suppose it's a vast majority of our searches are sort of immediate. It's someone who is, like I stated before, the day before was there was sort of that immediate concern. It was raised, so there wasn't sort of a delay between that person last being sighted and the search commencing. So 9 days is sort of a fair amount of time to have elapsed before. I suppose it's there's a lot of I'll just say that it played a significant factor in how the search commenced and how I proceeded with it.
Well, let's unpack that a bit more. You say it was a significant factor. Let's talk about time frame for survival, and I understand you want to be sensitive, but would it have been your understanding on the 9th of June that time was running out?
It was a concern for me. Obviously, I'm not an expert in timeframes of survival, but yeah, being 9 days, it was concerning.
And did that have an impact on you and how you went about your task on the first day of the search?
Yes, it did.
In what way?
So obviously, being 9 days that have elapsed, I've obviously got concerns that there was a possibility that Theo was injured or somewhere remote and needed obviously medical attention desperately after 9 days. So that time sort of made it more pressing to search those more secluded areas, because after 9 days, if he was possibly somewhere in a built-up area or one of the more populated areas, there's a higher possibility that he would have been located already. So after 9 days, that's why my search was sort of more focused on those secluded areas, the bushlands, that sort of stuff.
We'll be going...
Excuse me, Ms Edwards, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to check that looks like Vinciane and Laurent are no longer on. I just wanted to check with Mr Evenden.
Yes, we are here.
Oh, you're there? Okay, good. Sorry.
The problem with the camera.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you.
I'm also conscious that at some stage they may want to go to bed, Your Honour, so I have said that they can quietly disappear if they need to.
Thank you.
Senior Constable Papworth, you were just outlining to the coroner that you were focusing your search on the first day in bushland areas because of your concern that Theo might be in more of a secluded area and injured. Do we take from that answer that part of your role as a search coordinator is not just to coordinate the logistics of a search, but to decide the areas that are going to be searched?
Yes.
And do you engage in that activity alone, or are you liaising with the detectives like Detective Parker or with other people when making decisions about search areas?
So obviously I get information from either the detectives, the officer in charge, or the search controller, being Acting Inspector Hamilton. So he gives me a briefing in regards to, this is the sort of information that we've got at hand. This is what our inquiries have brought up so far. And then it's sort of up to me to determine those search areas.
What did Inspector Hamilton tell you about what had been searched for before, or what sort of theories were in play about what Theo might have been doing?
I don't think we discussed any sort of theories about what had occurred, and I don't believe he disclosed any area that had been searched.
Did he say anything about... Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's right.
Did he say anything to you about what was known about Theo's personality or his interests that might guide his behaviour or where he might be?
No.
Did you ask any questions about theories of this nature or about Theo's personality and interests?
No.
You indicated to the assisting team in conference that you've reflected on your experience with Theo's search, is that right?
Yes.
One of the things you indicated to the team was that with the benefit of more experience and with hindsight, you wish you'd been a bit more proactive in the early days in asking questions and demanding answers throughout your involvement. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's a fair summary.
Is this one of the examples where, looking back, you probably would have interrogated Inspector Hamilton more about what was known or what theories were in play about what Theo might have been doing?
Yes.
Just going back to the chronology, Senior Constable Papworth, you say in your statement that you went to Lismore Police Station at about 10 a.m. to collect maps and your land search coordinator's kit. What's in a land search coordinator's kit?
It's just sort of a kit that we make up ourselves. It's just a number of forms that we use, like the search team, tasking forms, sort of communication logs, sort of a risk assessment for the urgency of the search. Obviously all the sort of stuff that we'd need to conduct our searches, pens, pencils, rulers. I think I've got my own personal GPS in there. There's usually some sort of reference material. So, yeah.
All right. And then having got that kit, you went to Mullumbimby to the SES. Why did you go to Mullumbimby SES, not Byron Bay?
There's no SES actually at Byron Bay, and that was just the point that Inspector Hamilton and I had discussed of meeting, because Mullumbimby was the actual SES unit that was going to be assisting us. They're the closest unit.
And is that where you got your briefing with Inspector Hamilton, who was the search controller? Is that right?
Yes.
Right. I'm going to show you a map. Can you see that map, Senior Constable?
Yes, I can.
Did you see that map when you spoke to Inspector Hamilton at Mullumbimby?
Yes.
What do you take that map to mean?
So that map is what I was under the impression was the triangulation that had been conducted on BO's mobile phone.
And what did you understand was depicted by that sort of pizza slice or shaded area in that map?
So my understanding was, so that dot, the orange dot at the base, that's the mobile phone tower. Mm-hmm. And the mobile phone tower is actually made up of a number of transmitters and receivers, each covering sort of a wedge coming off that tower. So they've done a request through Telstra, and that's the result that they've brought back to us. We've Theo's phone being in that wedge somewhere.
Theo's phone being in that wedge somewhere at what point?
So initially I was told it was about 1:50 a.m. I now know that that's incorrect. It was actually 1:50 p.m. on the 1st.
On the 1st of June. Did that misunderstanding of 12 hours about when the phone had last connected to the tower, did that have any impact on your searches that day?
No, it didn't.
Right. Did you have previous experience in using this sort of map or ARC to conduct a search?
In regards to conducting a search as a search coordinator, no, but I had experience in it in general duties sense.
What do you mean by experience in a general duty sense?
So these triangulations are sort of commonly used for people who are sort of threatening self-harm and need to be located. So it's quite common for us to put these requests in and get something very similar to this back to try and locate someone who may need assistance.
In terms of reliability or precision, how much confidence did you place in this map in the sense of whether or not Theo's phone would definitely be within that shaded area at that particular time?
I know that the accuracy can be, obviously it's quite a large area that's given us, so there is some inherent inaccuracy in that. I wouldn't sort of rule out areas either side of that wedge, just on the off chance that the tower has, that receiver has picked up that signal just being outside that wedge. So I wouldn't say it was 100% accurate, but I'd say it's probably 80% to 90%.
I'll come back to how you use this map in deciding search areas in a moment, but I'll just show you another picture now. Is this a picture you were given of Theo by Inspector Hamilton?
Yes.
And what's written on the bottom of it, and why is that written on the bottom of it?
So that was supplied to me like that. So it's just obviously Theo's name, his age, and just a very brief outline that he was at Cheeky Monkeys. And as you can see down the bottom there, it's got last mobile ping approximately 2 a.m. 1st of June. So I now know that's inaccurate. That's actually 2 p.m.
And I believe you found out that it was inaccurate because you were given an email from Telstra later that day. Is that correct?
So it was on the 10th. It was about 6 p.m. So on the second day, I'd spoken to Acting Inspector Hamilton and asked for a copy of that triangulation, so that full email to be sent to me. Because initially I'd only been supplied that one page with the map. So after he'd forwarded that email to me, that's when I became aware that it was 2 p.m, not 2 a.m.
And before we go on to the search areas that you decided to look at on the first day, which is the witness. Oh, yeah. Just
can
lost
you hear
the. Oh, we can see you now. Can you see us?
Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah. Would you be able to give an overview to Her Honour and the court about what's involved in coordinating a search like this on the first day? What are the different types of activities and tasks that you need to engage in?
So initially, obviously, I get the phone call. I sort of get basic details over the phone. It sort of depends. Depends on that phone call with the controller, how much detail I get, whether or not I can sort of gauge the urgency for searching. So I can, if SES are already on scene, I can relay taskings to them over the phone. Obviously, that's all dependent on me knowing the area and having a map in front of me to be able to. So obviously I take that initial phone call, get that sort of initial information. I attend Lismore Police Station. I then have to gather up my Landsar kit. At the time, I'd gather up my laminated map of the area. I'd probably have a look at the police event number, so the event the missing person event to get some details out of that as well.
I'll just stop you there. Did you do that in Theo's case?
Yes.
Go on.
I'd probably print off a copy of the computer-aided dispatch, so the actual radio job, with some detail in that. I'd then make my way to the scene. So in this case, I went to Mullum SES. I'd have a briefing with Sergeant Hamilton. He'd brief me on what had occurred prior to me arriving, give me obviously further details. I'd then start looking at my map to locate an area for a command post, somewhere close to the last known position, somewhere sort of with vehicle access that's going to be with facilities, with telephone reception, somewhere not too far away from where my search areas may be, just to save that sort of delay from people going from the command post to the search area and back and forth. I then start interrogating the data or the information that I've been given about the circumstances of what had occurred, like in the leading up to the person going missing, and then I'd start determining search areas. And then in this case, I had to travel to the command post. I waited for the SES to attend, and they were sort of coming in groups from different units that were attending. I'd give each one of those team leaders from that unit a thorough briefing about what we were looking for, where I was going to send them, and obviously, while this is all occurring, documenting everything that I can, the search team's taskings.
All right. Well, we'll come back to some of those tasks, but you mentioned your laminated map, so we'll put that up on the screen now.
Yep.
Oh, and I can indicate that that's at the brief at, it's volume 8, 120 capital B and Nexture B10. Senior Constable, was this the laminated map that you're referring to?
Yes.
Now, I believe on that map you've marked the Wake Up Hostel, is that right?
Yes.
You've marked an area as LKP. What does that stand for and what is that mapped on there?
So that's the last known position. So that's Cheeky Monkeys, the nightclub.
And then is it the case that you've also replicated on that map that phone arc from the phone tower on the intersection of Patterson and Ruskin Street? So
yes.
That's replicated as well. And is it the case from what you just said earlier that you were using those 3 locations to guide your ultimate decision about the search areas?
So there was also the factor of the last known direction Theo was seen walking, so eastbound on Kingsley Street.
And what significance did that have to you, his last known direction?
Well, it's sort of an intention of where his final destination might have been. It's also sort of at odds with his hostel being in the opposite direction. And
do I take it that those 3 things combined to lead you to focus on, firstly, bush areas, secondly, bush areas to the east of Cheeky Monkeys, and thirdly, bush areas in some proximity to that mobile phone wedge? Have I correctly summarised your reasoning as to why you selected those areas?
Yeah, so it would have been obviously the time frame, so the 9 days, the last known direction being east on Kingsley Street, the phone wedge, and I believe that was, and then obviously those other points of interest, like the only other point of interest that had any sort of connection was the hostel.
And this map that we're looking at now, does it have shaded areas depicting areas that were searched on the day or days that you were coordinating?
Yes.
And that's been done in substitution with the Pulsar mapping, which is used, for example, by Sergeant Vidler, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because of you're not using that system at this stage?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you outlined to Her Honour that one of the things that you did was when the SES volunteers arrived, you conducted a thorough briefing. What was included in the thorough briefing?
So I'd give a sort of general briefing to all the SES as they turned up, and then the team leaders of that search party I'd give a more thorough briefing to. So it's obviously just a lot more further detail, my contact details, what to do if something was located, how to get in contact.
I'll stop you there. What were they to do if something was located? What were their instructions on that point?
Contact me.
Contact you, not
Yes.
not contact other police or the detectives or anyone else?
No, contact me.
All right. What did you tell them in terms of Theo's appearance? Did you tell them what he looked like or what clothing he was wearing?
I believe I showed them that image that I'd been supplied.
That
And-
photograph of Theo, did you show it to them by holding it up, or were there copies of that were distributed to the searchers? Do you recall?
No, I think I showed that to them because I think I only had the one copy at that stage.
We now know what Theo was wearing on the 31st of May because of the footage from Cheeky Monkeys. As at the 9th of June, had you seen the footage from Cheeky Monkeys?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you know what Theo was wearing on the day he disappeared?
I believe I'd been given a description. It escapes me what that description was initially.
Was it a description that was conveyed to the volunteers on day one of the search?
Yes.
And is there anything documented about this briefing, a written record of it of any kind?
No.
One of the things that Theo was wearing was a cap. Were the searchers told to look for a cap?
I can't recall.
He also had a phone, a purple Oppo phone. Did you tell the searchers anything about the phone?
No, I was unaware of what type of phone, colour. I knew he had a phone, obviously, due to the triangulation, but other than that, I had no information about brand, type, or colour.
Was the phone mentioned as an item of significance in the briefing?
No.
We also have evidence that, and I know you became aware of this at a later stage, but as at the 9th of June, were you aware that Theo may have had a lanyard carrying his credit card style key to his hostel?
No.
So in terms of the search areas, you mentioned that there was one briefing with everybody and then a more detailed briefing with the unit leaders, is that right?
Yes.
Leaders?
Yes.
And when you said that there was a more detailed briefing of the team leaders, what do they get that's more detailed? Is it the area of the search or the method of the search, or what's involved in that briefing?
Yeah, just a more detailed instructions about how I would like the search carried out. More my contact details, because I think at the time I was handing out my personal mobile number to everyone. I obviously didn't want to give that to everyone that turned up. I just wanted to give it to the team leaders, just to save my personal number going out to everyone.
And were you telling them the type of search they should do, for example, a forensic search or just more of a general search? Were you giving them those sorts of instructions, or was that their discretion?
Yes, no, I'd give them instructions in regards to the type of search.
Were the searchers given GPS devices to record the search areas?
No, not on day one.
And why didn't they have GPS devices on day one?
I didn't have them with me. It was probably an oversight on my part, in my haste and inexperience, I guess.
So they weren't brought to the command post?
And then also the fact that I didn't have access to Pulsar, so...
Looking back, would it have been a good thing to do to bring the GPS devices on the first day?
Yes.
So, given that you didn't have the Pulsar system and you didn't have the GPS, how are you marking on a map what the areas were searched after they were searched? Were they coming back and telling you where they searched and you were marking it, or did they come back and mark it themselves on a map? How did that work?
So they were coming back, the team leaders were coming back to me and obviously giving me instructions on where they had searched, and then I was marking the map accordingly.
The brief indicates that the first searchers deployed at 1:20. and then they finished about 4:30 due to failing light. So is it the case that it was a relatively short day on day one?
Yes.
And is it your view that despite the fact that it didn't start till 1:20, I think you indicated in conference that there was quite a lot of urgency and you were getting people out into the field as fast as you could? Is that a fair description?
Yeah.
Is it also fair to say that you cut corners with some of the paperwork because of the urgency that day?
I wouldn't say I cut corners. I'd say that there was an oversight on my part. Obviously, a lot's going on. There's urgency to get people in the field. So, unfortunately, I can only do so many things at once. So,
Right, so the paperwork wouldn't be up to your normal standards on day one. Would that be a fair statement?
yes.
I'll take you to the annexure at which we were just looking at. No, the one at B10 again, the laminated map. Yes. If you can see on that map, Senior Constable, there's a marker areas, one in what looks like blue and one that looks like orange.
Yes.
Around the Cape Byron headland, the tip of Cape Byron headland. There's evidence before the coroner that the headland was searched by a Westpac rescue helicopter on the first day. Are you able to tell the coroner anything about this search?
So that search was conducted prior to my arrival. I believe Acting Inspector Hamilton had made contact with Westpac and Surf Lifesaving. So they've both conducted a search of the headland of Cape Byron before I attended and got a briefing and commenced my land search.
When you say surf lifesaving, is this also a search that's conducted by jet skis or jet boats or something of that nature?
Yeah, it was my understanding it was a jet ski. They conducted a search along the headland, along the shore.
Do you know how many jet skis or one
No.
jet ski? Do you know anything more about the techniques that they were using or how many people were involved?
No.
If you said that it happened before you arrived, how was it reported to you as coordinator that those searches had been done?
I believe that it was verbally by Acting Inspector Hamilton during my briefing when I arrived at the SES headquarters.
And is it your understanding that he'd effectively ordered those searches?
Yes.
And did he tell you anything about it at all?
Other than they conducted a search around the headland and there was nothing of interest located.
Did he tell you anything to give you an indication of how reliable that would be? And what I mean by that is if there were 20 people saturating the headland or if it was one person doing a quick overview.
No, he didn't.
Okay, well, if we go now to the areas that you did search or your teams searched on the first day, I'm going to look at three particular areas, and the first particular area is the Cosy Corner area. Cosy Corner is an area some distance east from Theo's last known position. Why did you decide to search Cosy Corner on the first day?
All right, so part of my decision making, I guess, or train of thought on day one was trying to ascertain a possible destination or point of interest where Theo might have been travelling to in that vicinity. Obviously, the main point of interest was the lighthouse itself. And then because...
Why was the main point of interest the lighthouse itself?
Because it's what Byron Bay is known for, the lighthouse. It's a tourist attraction. It's a...
I can understand that the lighthouse is a significant part of Byron Bay and a significant tourist attraction, but how was that figuring into your decision-making about searching and search areas?
Well, it came in the fact the last known direction, where the telephone triangulation had been, like what in that area for a Belgian backpacker who's not from the area, why would he be in that vicinity? What would he be doing there? So that's part of my thinking as well.
So just to follow that sentence through, part of your thinking was maybe a Belgian backpacker in that vicinity would have been going to the lighthouse, heading to the lighthouse. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
I see. But if we're just looking at this map at B10, there's an area that's marked at the northern end of Tallows Beach. Is that the area that was searched, or you ordered a search of that area?
Yes, on day one.
Yeah. So you indicated that the main area of searching was the lighthouse. Why search that other area?
Beg pardon?
Why search that shaded area?
All right. So one of my I suppose something that brought my attention to that area was, so because I was in general duties, our police radio is shared by Tweed Byron. I know from in the past there's been a number of beach parties in that vicinity. So that's sort of part of my decision making. Okay, well, perhaps that was a possible destination where Theo may have gone. So I wanted to sort of, and it's a more secluded area. So the lighthouse itself was a point of interest, but it's so densely visited. It's sort of a lower possibility that after 9 days Theo would be at the lighthouse, where 9 days in Cozy's Corner in the bushland there was sort of a higher possibility. So that's why I've sent a search team over there.
Could you tell the coroner a bit more about what you knew about the bush parties? Were they in a particular location? Tell us what you can or what you know at that time about bush parties at Cozy Corner.
I knew very little. It was just what I'd overheard on the radio over the years, and that most of them were sort of north of the car park, between the headland and the car park to Tallows Beach, and they varied from big organised like doof parties all the way down to people sitting around a bonfire at a beach.
What did you tell the searchers that were sent to Cozy Corner about what they were looking for? Was there anything? What I'm asking there, or what I'm getting at there, is did you ask them to not only look out for Theo, but to look for signs of a party, like recent fires or alcohol bottles or things of that nature?
No, I didn't.
Did they understand when you sent them there why you were sending them there and why you thought that might be an area of interest?
I'm not sure if I explained myself to them or not.
If we were to go to B6, that's Annexure B6 attached to your statement, is that another map of the area that was searched on that day, on the 9th of June?
Yes.
It may not be clearly visible on the overhead map, but that search area, which is done in some form of marker, seems to stop a bit south of the very northern tip of Tallows Beach. What I'm saying is it doesn't seem to go right to the top of Tallows Beach. Are you able to assist us with how precise that shaded area is, or if there's a reason why it doesn't go right to the top of Tallows Beach?
So that I'm looking at the map now. That's Cozy Corner. So where that red section is, that's pretty much a cliff line. That's where the cliff and the ocean meet.
So it was certainly your intention to mark on that map that it went right to the top?
To the end of the beach?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know if the searchers went up into the headland at the top of the beach or anywhere around that area?
So I believe that area was bounded. So that top line that's sort of running from the car park up, that's actually I think on a map that's a 4-wheel drive access track. Mm-hmm. So that's what that top line is bounded by, and then obviously it was just along the beach itself, along the waterline, up to the corner.
And do you have the search tasking sheet with you for the team that was sent to that area?
Just let me check my statement.
it might be annexure, it might be number 2 and under annexure B, is that right?
No, SES Lismore, John Ludlow. Is that the same? I don't have the annexure numbers on my copy of the statement.
But annexure number 2 is yes, it's New South Wales Police Rescue Land Search Operations Search Team Tasking Sheet. Then it has SES Lismore with the team leader being John Ludlow. Is that what you're looking at?
That's what I'm looking at.
And if we go to under the heading search brief, it says search area purple cosy corner. I think it says 1532.
Yep.
If you've said in your statement that the search has ended about 4:30 due to failing light, do we take from that that this search must have taken about an hour?
Yes.
And do we take from this sheet where there seems to be about 7 people listed that it was a search team of 7?
Yes.
Are you able to tell Her Honour anything about what type of instruction they received about how thoroughly they should search that area or about the intensity of the search?
No, I can't, other than it was instructed them to conduct a general search. So we're not talking about a contact forensic search like hands and knees. That's not the type of search, and it wasn't sort of a reconnaissance search. So a reconnaissance search is just sort of a very quick search, just to sort of maybe pick up some sort of point of interest or something that needs to be searched thoroughly. So that could even be like a vehicle driving up a track or something along those lines. So this was a general search. So it's sort of the in between. So.
And the results of the search are blank on this sheet. Is there anything else you're able to tell us about what was located on that day or what was reported to you by the team?
No.
Your Honour, I can indicate that we are making some inquiries directly with John Ludlow to see if we can get more information on that area. I was going to move now to some searches near the playing fields, but I note the time. Would Your Honour like me to press on or take a break?
We might take a morning break now. Or how much longer do you think you'll be on that?
I'll be quite a while with this witness, Your Honour, so...
Yeah. I note the time, so we'll take the break and resume at 12.
Thank you.
Silence, please. I'll stand. Coroners Court has resumed.
Yes, Ms Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honour. Senior Constable Papworth, I'm going to take you to a second area of searching on day 1, the 9th of June. I'm going to show you 2 maps side by side. If you take it from me, the map on the right is the same map as it appears at Annexure B6 of your statement of this. The map on the left is a map of Theo's route from Cheeky Monkeys that's been obtained by Google data. We call that the yellow pin map. Now, Senior Constable, we now know that Theo spent around 7 minutes at the cricket nets, which are at the north of the playing fields, near where your command post was located. We know that Theo spent 7 minutes there on the 31st of May. You, of course, didn't know that as at the 9th of June, did you?
No.
You did know that he'd left Cheeky Monkeys after 11 p.m. on the 31st of May and been moving east, and you set up your command post at the playing fields. If we were to look at the map on the right at B6, do those areas shaded in blue, green and red depict areas of bushland that you ordered be searched on that day?
Yes.
On the 9th of June? And
Yes.
so was your reasoning for that, as you previously outlined to Her Honour, that you wanted to make sure that you were looking at secluded bushland all around a potential route that Theo might have taken if he'd gone east after leaving Cheeky Monkeys?
Yes.
If you had known on the 9th of June that Theo had spent 7 minutes at the cricket nets at that far north area of the playing fields, would you have done anything differently in terms of the searches that you ordered?
Oh, most definitely.
What would you have done differently?
Well, if I'd known that Theo had spent 7 minutes at the cricket nets, I probably would have done a contact search. So that's a shoulder to shoulder, almost hands and knees, like looking for any sort of trace, any sort of evidence. Instead of just the general searching, which was conducted on day 1.
And why would you have conducted such a thorough search in that area if you'd known about the 7 minutes at the cricket nets?
Well, it would be just to sort of pick up any sort of evidence of why he was there for 7 minutes, just to pick up some sort of trace. But like, unfortunately, hindsight, with this information now,
this sort of information, that is where a person has been and the time that they have spent in that location, what value does that have to you as a Landsar coordinator?
Oh, it's extremely valuable.
And does that help you guide search areas, but also the intensity of those searches? We do know, though, that you did search those areas, and if you take it from me that the tasking sheet indicates that there was a 10-person SES crew from Ballina led by Jim Fuggle, that was more in the nature of a general search, is that right?
Yes.
The searchers were obviously looking for the signs that you indicated in your briefing, that is Theo and his clothes. Did you ask them to look again for signs of recent activity like parties or camps or anything of that nature?
No.
Did you ask them to look in the vicinity to see if they'd seen anybody who looked suspicious or out of place or was behaving in a strange way?
No.
Did anything of that nature nonetheless get reported back to you? Did anyone in that search group tell you that they'd found any of those things?
I believe I was getting reports back in those search areas. It was sort of a lot of vagrants, like homeless camps and that sort of.
Vagrants and homeless camps?
Yes, in those areas.
If you'd known about the 7 minutes, would you have treated that information being fed back to you in a different way?
Yes.
What would you have done differently?
In hindsight, I would have probably got the detectives or actual police to go down and speak to those persons in who were located in that area to try and locate any witnesses.
Because of the potential that they might have seen something of relevance on the 31st of May?
Yes.
And I'll move on now, Your Honour, but I can just indicate that we have made contact with the team leader in that area, and I believe he's going to be providing a statement to Your Honour about the activities on that day.
Thank you, Ms Edwards.
So if we could just move now to a map that appears in your statement, Annexure G at number 1. Have you got that there, Sandy Constable?
I'm just looking for it now because I don't have the annexures numbered like you do.
Oh. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes.
If you take it from me that that's the one at G1, does this map represent a combined map for day 1 and day 2 of the searches that you were coordinating?
Yes.
And you'll see on that map that there are a number of search areas in the Arakwal National Park.
Yes.
We know now from the yellow pin map, that GPS data map, that Theo had left Cheeky Monkeys and taken a path through Arakwal National Park to Tallows Beach. But you, of course, didn't know that on the 9th of June, is that right?
That's correct.
You've somehow had the foresight, though, to conduct a number of searches over day 1 and day 2 of those areas. What made you realise that he might have been walking through those areas?
It's like I was saying before in regards to making a decision in regards to determining a possible point of interest where Theo might have been going to. And just based off the last known direction being eastbound and also the mobile phone data.
If we go back to the yellow map, though, the yellow pin, we call it the yellow pin map. Again, if you had something of that precision with not just the route, but the time that he was at those locations, or the time that the phone was at that location, and also how long the phone had spent at that location, how would that have guided what you would have done with respect to the Arakwal National Park?
In what sense do you mean? I'm just confused about the question.
Well, what I'm asking you is firstly, we know that you searched areas of the Arakwal National Park on both day 1 and day 2. Would the yellow pin map have changed either the locations in which you were searching or the intensity of the searches that you ordered in particular areas?
Yes, it would have.
In what respect?
Well, I believe there was a search conducted in the vicinity around the mobile phone tower, and then there was a search to that sort of, almost looks like a lake to the east of the phone tower. Like those sort of areas would have not been a priority. There's also bushland, but...
Sorry to interrupt you. When you say the mobile phone tower, which mobile phone tower are you referring to?
The Messenger Street Telstra phone tower, the big blue pin.
The big blue pin at the bottom of the map or the big blue pin at the top of the map?
The bottom of the map. Messenger Street Telstra phone tower.
And is that the lake to the right of that blue pin?
Yes.
So they would have faded in significance for you?
Yes.
Sorry, and then you were saying
there was another area to the west between the hostel and Theo's last known position along the beach line. I can't recall the exact location or the search area, but that search area would have been obviously not covered off on day 2.
When you say not covered off on day 2, do you mean you would have taken resources out of that area and put them into the Arakwal National Park area?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, this map only takes Theo's phone up to 12:05, being the last GPS point right at the northern tip of Tallows Beach. There is no GPS data for Theo after 12:05. Would that change the significance that you would place on this route?
No, I'd still place high significance on the route and the GPS data,
Why is that?
just because it's so accurate and it's got the time frames, times that were spent in certain areas. It's sort of the most accurate record we have of his last known movements.
If you had known the precise route that Theo had taken through the Arakwal National Park, are you able to say whether or not you would have told the teams to focus on looking for smaller items, like, for example, his cap, rather than more Theo himself in a general search?
I'd probably still, on the route, it would have still been a general search, probably a track sweep, so either side of the route, to try and pick up anything. But then those areas of interest where he spent time would probably be a more thorough contact search.
And so that would include, for example, and I think we'll go to this with Senior Constable Sterling as well, that area to the northern tip of Tallows Beach where Theo leaves the beach, goes up into the headland and comes back after about 8 minutes. Would it have changed what you would have ordered the searchers to do in that area?
Yes, that would have been a contact search in that vicinity.
All right. Now, just before I move to the searches you conduct on day 2, is it the case that on the 9th of June, the New South Wales Police had access to any form of heat detection or thermal imaging in a helicopter that could pick up the outline of a body in bushland?
Don't believe we had assets in that area. I know that Pulsar, based out of Bankstown in Sydney, does.
Sergeant Amanda Vidler, who I believe was your team leader at Lismore Police Rescue, is that right?
Yes.
She gave evidence that she sent you a text on the 9th of June suggesting that you request the assistance of Queensland Pulsar as their helicopter had that capacity. Do you recall receiving that text message?
I don't recall receiving that text message.
Do you recall anything about considering whether or not to use the technology in Queensland for thermal imaging or detection of that nature?
No, I don't recall.
With the benefit of hindsight, would requesting that assistance from Queensland Pulsar been a worthwhile investigation?
Yes.
And was that something that you recall being suggested to you or discussed with you at all that day?
No, I don't recall that being discussed at all.
At the end of day 1, did you have any sort of debrief with the detectives investigating Theo's disappearance to tell them about your findings or what had occurred in the search that day?
No, I don't recall having a debrief with any detectives at the end of day 1.
When you say you don't recall, is it possible it happened but you don't remember, or are you confident that it didn't happen?
I can't remember. I can't recall.
All right. I'll take you to day 2 now, and would it be fair to say that you had a bit more time in day 2 to get your ducks in a row, particularly with respect to paperwork?
Yes.
Fair to say that there's quite a dramatic improvement in both the extent and the quality of the paperwork on day 2?
Yes.
And that includes you had the ability on that day to do a detailed time log of everything that happened on the second day of searching, the 10th of June?
Yes.
You also took the time and the trouble to create a sheet, and that's at Annexure C of your statement, and we'll show that to you now. Is that a sheet that you took the trouble to prepare yourself for the benefit of the volunteers and the SES?
Yes.
And was that distributed to the volunteers or was it shown to them?
Distributed.
And did you have to do the copying for that?
Yes.
So you were doing quite a lot of pre-preparation on this day?
Yes.
That shows 2 photos of Theo. It also provides quite a detailed description of his physical appearance, and then it provides quite a detailed description of the clothes that he was wearing. Are you able to indicate whether or not that very detailed description of his clothes was derived from seeing the Cheeky Monkeys footage, or are you not sure?
I don't think so. I don't recall if it was from the footage. I do have a vague recollection it may have been from the missing person report.
and you indicated earlier in your evidence that you were trying on day 1 and day 2 to get your hands on things like COPS event reports and things of that nature to find out more about what you were investigating?
Yes.
There's evidence before the coroner that day 2 was a large-scale search in the sense that there were 6 units of SES, 36 total staff from SES, plus staff from Tweed Byron and Richmond Police, and up to 14 different search team task sheets. Is that consistent with your recollection that it was a very large search on day 2?
Yes.
And so that had been ramped up considerably from the day before?
Yes.
And what was the plan for day 2 in terms of search areas? Were you deciding that in consultation with anyone else, or was the main responsibility with you?
No, the main responsibility was with me.
You stuck with the command post at the playing fields, is that right?
Yes.
And you would send people out and then they'd come back to you and report to you. Was it the same methodology as the day before?
Yes, there were occasions where they'd report to me via phone and I'd sort of retask them in the field.
You've anticipated a question I had, which was whether or not you had radio communication or phone communication with people in the field. What was the main method of communicating with people in the field?
Phone.
Did the searchers have GPS on day 2?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Could you be, I'm not being critical of you at all, but could you be mistaken about that? There is some evidence that's going to be before the coroner that some of the SES searchers did have GPS devices.
I could be mistaken. I don't recall me supplying them with GPS units. They may have their own that they've used on that day. But yeah, I definitely don't recall supplying them with GPS units or getting any sort of data back on that day.
And you've already explained that was an oversight on your part. Now with more experience, that's not something you'd neglect? No,
it's definitely something I take to every search, and I've sort of got a belief now if there's not GPS data there, that area wasn't searched. That's sort of my belief now when conducting searches.
I see. So the significance you place on it is much greater now, is that right?
Yes.
Is that something that's been reinforced to you by Sergeant Vidler?
I wouldn't say reinforced. I think just in regards to being trained in the Pulsar system, being able to accurately show where we've actually been, give the most accurate record we can of areas that have been searched.
See. So on day 2, you're still doing colouring in the map with a marker after the team leaders report back. Is that still the methodology?
Yes.
So if I take you to the searches that you conducted on day 2 of Arakwal National Park, I'll start with a map that's annexed to F4. Is it the case that the way the coroner can understand how these areas is searched is that there's going to be a map, and then typically behind the map there's a search tasking sheet that describes the people involved, the type of search that they were conducting and what they saw?
Yes.
So by way of example, if we went to Annexure F and went to page 3, would that be the tasking sheet that relates to the map that we're seeing there?
Like I said before, I don't have the annexures like you do, so I'm not sure what page, unless you can bring it up, I'm only guessing.
All right, well, I'll just read it out to you. It's the tasking sheet where for Lismore SES, the team leader is Nev Graham, and it relates to a search that was conducted between 11:38 and 2:30.
Yes.
And in this particular area, in results of search, it records nil find, area covered extensively. Were the person recording in those descriptions what had been covered and whether it was covered extensively?
Yes, so the team leader said Nev Graham would come back to me and obviously give me a debrief of them searching that area, and that was his description.
And this map records under the heading type of search, parallel sweep. Could you explain to Her Honour what a parallel sweep search is?
So I suppose in layman's terms, it's just a straight line, and the searchers obviously form up in a line and they walk until they get to the boundaries of the search area, and then they reset and come back. So it's almost like sweeping back and forth and gradually covering off that area in a straight line.
And are the lines on that map supposed to depict the parallel lines, or is it more just this is the area that was covered during that process?
No, that's just the area that was covered in that process.
All right. So I won't go through the tasking sheet for every single map, but if we just look through the maps that relate to the Arakwal National Park, if we go to F6, if you could just explain to us, what do those lines with the arrows mean?
All right, so that was actually, when it came back, that was my description of how I wanted that area searched, as in the parallel sweep. As in, I suggested they form up on the beach and then push forward, and then once they hit that track, to form up again and then back towards the beach. That way they sort of had a very defined sort of point to stop and reset. They had the beach and then they had that track.
And that circular area that's depicted just above the top black line, is that the Tallows Beach car park?
Yes.
So we can use that to orient ourselves when we go back to looking at the yellow map. If you take it from me that the tasking sheet for this search on page 5 refers to a creeping line ahead. What's a creeping line ahead?
So it's just very similar to the parallel sweep. As a creeping is probably just it's a slower, more methodical search, I guess. And that's sort of, it depends on the terrain, I guess. It's sort of very similar. The
All right.
parallel sweep and the creeping line, in my opinion.
We go to F8. This was described as a track sweep, and if you take it from me that the tasking sheet includes not just SES members but volunteers, including a certain JP Pector on this day.
Yes.
And that was a track sweep, is that right?
Yes.
So what's a track sweep?
So, as the name suggests, it's literally sweeping the track. So it's following the track and having people sort of either side of the track, depending on terrain and sort of topography of the land, vegetation, how far you can push in. It's also dependent on the numbers of people you've got. Mm-hmm. And that was wholly and solely just to cover off that area and try and either side of it pick up any sort of clues or evidence of Theo.
Right. So if we'll just keep moving now through to the next area of Arakwal. There's red lines on this map and black lines on this map. Is that right?
Yes.
And what are the difference between them?
So the black lines at the top, that was Nev Graham so that's the other search team. So they were searching the same sort of vicinity, but in different areas.
And the red line, is that a different search team?
Yes.
And there's that track that's marked out. Is this search area covering the entirety of the area or just the areas marked by the lines with arrows?
Beg pardon?
So there's a black outer line that seems poured along a track, and then there are the lines with arrows. Was the entirety of that black outer line and what's within it searched, or just the parts depicted with the red line with the arrows?
Just the red line and the black line at that stage.
So I'll move to the next map. Yep. 16? Yeah, and then 17? Does this, I think this depicts another track sweep, is that right?
Yes.
And then if we go to F24, that's another area where I take it that's depicting the area searched, search area 3 with lines with arrows, is that right?
Yes, so that's the map I supplied the team leader when I obviously gave them the briefing. I suggested that they start at the track and then sweep down until they hit Tallows Beach Road, then reform, then back up until they hit the walking track, and so on and so forth.
So when I was asking you earlier if your searches would be any different if you had the GPS route that Theo took, and you talked about areas which would have been of less significance, we know that Theo started at the start of the Milne track, which seems to be depicted on this map with a black line, the black line at the top without the arrows. Would you have sent a search team south of that line if you'd known that Theo had only gone north from that point?
I believe that's incorrect. That black line, that's not the Milne track, or that's not the track that I've referred to as a Milne track.
What track do you refer to that black line?
So that black line is the Main Coast Range walking track. That's what
I see. I'm sorry. I've become disoriented because that's to the north of Tallow Beach Road. Is that right? I see. I apologise. I've misled you there. And then if we go to F28. What can you tell us about this search area?
Bear with me.
Right, he's getting Just bear with us, we're just getting that up on screen. Can you see that map on screen, Senior Constable?
I can.
Yes. And does that map depict the lake you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
And does that map depict the Milne track?
Yes, the upper green line that's sort of running northeast. That's what I refer to as a Milne track.
And that's sort of the intersection. There's where you go to the head of the arrow that's written in pen. There's a sandy track to the north, and then the Milne track goes off to the right. Is that correct?
The Milne track, I understand, or what I refer to as a Milne track, heads off north, and that other track that runs east towards the Tallows Beach, I'm not sure what or if that has a name. Might be just an unnamed track.
And was the search area of SA9, was that the track, or was it the area depicted in the red lines with arrows?
The area depicted inside those green lines.
The area depicted within them?
Yes. So where it says Arakwal National Park, and it's bounded by Tallows Beach, that track running east-west, and then the track, which I call the Milne track, that was all search area 9.
See. Now, if we go, I'll show you another map now. I showed you earlier the yellow pin map, which had not just the locations but the times, and I asked you if your searches had been different with the benefit of that map. This is a map that became available to searchers on or around the 20th of June. It doesn't depict the time, but it does depict the GPS route. Would access to that map have had significance to you in terms of deciding search areas and also deciding the intensity of the searches?
Yes.
And in what respect would that have assisted you?
Well, it's sort of the same significance as the other map, to a lesser extent. It doesn't have the times there, but it's obviously still, you can see from, I suppose, the dots, so the pings, is what I'd refer to them as, how some of them are bunched up together. So that would suggest to me that the GPS data was pinging in that one spot. So obviously that's a point of interest where Theo would have been spending some time.
And looking at that map and accepting that as a depiction that was available as at the 20th of June as to the route, what confidence, and I know this is an overall question, what confidence do you have that that route would have been conducted by the searches that your teams were conducting on the first and second day of the search?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So my question is this. We now know the GPS data, which is depicted on the area on the right.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have access to that data, but you were thoughtful enough to decide to search a very similar area as depicted by the combined maps to the left. Do you see those?
Yes.
Could you say with confidence to Her Honour that not having that map didn't matter because you searched those areas thoroughly anyway, or would there have been differences to the way you would have done it, so you can't say that?
I can't say that.
Looking at those two areas combined just side by side now, is there anything else you can offer in terms of how thoroughly the relevant area of Theo's route was covered on those first 2 days?
As in the intensity of the searching of the route, or?
Yes.
I suppose with hindsight, obviously knowing what the route was, it would have intensified the searching of the area. Without having that map, I could only rely on sort of my decision making at the time. So I wasn't going to conduct contact searches, so hands and knees searches everywhere, unless there was some sort of evidence, so the GPS map. So I can't say that it was...
Sorry,
I can't say that that was an intensive search of the exact route on day 2.
If I could summarise it this way, there was some coverage of that route, but if you'd had that access to that information, you would have approached the search in a very different way and with a lot more intensity. Is that a reasonable way of putting it?
Yes, I'd agree. That's reasonable.
Just before we leave the Tellows Beach area, there's a reference in your statement to making inquiries about whether or not sand on the beach could be raked, and ultimately that wasn't possible. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you planning to rake the area around Cosy Corner, or was there another area that you had in mind?
I didn't actually have an area in mind at that stage. It was a suggestion that was put forward to me by one of the, I think it was Sergeant Sharp from the Rescue and Bomb Disposal Unit.
And why is it to your understanding that you weren't able to rake the sand?
I believe inquiries were made with Byron Council if they had the, obviously, equipment to carry that out, and they did not.
And would that have been useful to you as a coordinator if you had access to that facility?
It would have been, yeah, something I would have liked to have been able to do if they had the equipment, obviously. But
All right, well, those are the questions I'm going to ask you about day 2. I appreciate there are other areas searched that day, but we're focusing on the area we now know was taken by Theo. You handed over search coordination duties to Senior Constable Sterling, is that right, who took over on the 11th of June?
yes,
What contact, if any, were you having with people between the 11th of June and the 18th of June when you came back as a search coordinator?
very little.
Were you being consulted about search areas or being told what areas had been searched?
Possibly the day before or the day of me taking over as the search coordinator, but I can't recall being getting like daily updates about how the search was progressing. That didn't occur.
Who, if anyone, is dealing with oversight? Like there are different coordinators on different days. Is there a person or group of people who's oversighting the whole thing to see where people are going and what's coming back?
Yeah, I suppose the oversighting comes from the Rescue and Bomb Disposal Unit at Alexandria in Sydney.
And there's entries in the brief where you're communicating with that unit. Are they the people that are feeding back to you whether or not there's areas that you have neglected or might want to concentrate on?
Yeah, they obviously offer feedback because I sort of keep them appraised of what my thought process is, where my search areas are, what searching we've done, possible future search areas, and we sort of, I suppose, brainstorm, I guess is a good word.
And how are they communicating with the detectives involved in the other aspects of the search for Theo?
I don't know. I can't.
Did you have any contact with any of the detectives between the 11th of June and the 18th of June to your recollection?
No, I don't think so. I can't recall.
Well, we'll take you now to the 18th of June, which is day 9 of the search, and you were the coordinator on that day, is that right?
Yes.
We know from your records that there was a briefing conducted on that day. Prior to attending the briefing, had somebody brought you up to speed as to what had been happening in the days prior?
I honestly cannot recall. If there was the day before or that morning of, I can't recall getting sort of briefed in regards to how the search had progressed before then.
Was there some sort of sit rep or other document or working documents that you would be expected to read as a coordinator coming in?
I suppose there would be an expectation to obviously brief me about what's occurred in the days that I haven't been there, but I cannot recall.
Can you recall specifically, the screen's frozen, so I don't know. We've got an issue with the link.
Looks like Senior Constable Papworth may have lost the link to him. Does that mean, can he just dial back in? I'll just take a 5-minute adjournment so we fix the technical problem.
Please, I'll stand as correspondent. Silence, please, all stand. Coroners has resumed.
Yes, Ms Edwards.
Senior Constable, I'm asking you questions about anything you might have learnt about developments prior to the briefing, which is recorded as having occurred at 8:40am. Prior to that point, had you been told anything about new information relating to cell tower data or new information relating to Google?
I can't recall anything about Google data. I do recall being supplied a map, an updated map.
Was that prior to the briefing or after the briefing?
I can't recall if it was prior or during or after.
The briefing that day took place at the command post, which had moved from the playing fields to an area near the car park at the pass. Is that right?
Yes.
And what can you tell Her Honour about the briefing that occurred on the 18th of June?
So that briefing was mainly conducted by, I'm not sure even who it was. I know there was a number of detectives there and the controller. I don't think I had very much to say in that briefing. I think I was probably getting up to speed. I was sort of listening to the briefing.
What was being said at the briefing? What topics were they covering and what were they saying about it?
In regards to the new updated map that I'd been supplied with the mobile phone data, which I was under the impression that it was the same triangulation Telstra data, but it had been sort of interrogated more, like further investigation had been conducted to narrow that down.
I'll show you a map. And is that the map that you're referring to?
Yes.
And what did you understand was being showed by this map?
So my understanding was that that's the same triangulation that was carried out and was supplied to me on day one of the search. But I believe Telstra had conducted more inquiries into the data that they had from that triangulation and had been able to narrow it down to an area within that box.
So is what you're saying is that you understood that the area within the blue box was a more precise area of where the phone may have been prior to it disconnecting from the tower in the afternoon of the 1st of June?
Yes.
And what did you understand, if anything, about the red line, the red curved line that's depicted on that map?
I don't know what that red line is, to be honest.
And so is it the case that at the briefing the detectives had this map and were giving information about it?
I believe so.
Do you recall anything else that they said about this map or about cell tower data at the briefing?
No, I can't recall.
What else was covered off at the briefing to your recollection?
I remember becoming aware of the colour and type and brand of phone that Theo had in his possession.
Right, now I think you've provided to us some documents that you believe you were provided with on day 9. I'll take you to one of those documents now. Is that the document in relation to the phone you're referring to?
Yes.
And what did you understand the colour of the phone to be?
Purple.
See. And I'll show you another document. Was that picture provided to you on the 9th of on day 9 of the search, the 18th of June?
Yes.
And was that the first time, to your knowledge, that you had become aware that that was a potential item that might be searched for?
Yes.
And I'll show you another document. Was this map provided to you at the briefing on day 9 of the search?
I cannot recall when that document was supplied to me. I can't speculate if it was in the morning or the afternoon.
What do you understand that map to show?
That is my understanding. It's the GPS Google data that was obtained from Theo's phone.
What significance would it have had to you as a search coordinator to have GPS Google data?
Oh, extremely significant. It's akin to the yellow pin map.
Was it your understanding that both the blue line and the red line on that map were GPS-based information?
Yes.
And I'm not being critical of you at all, but if you had that information at the briefing, wouldn't that be the most memorable thing that you would have received at that briefing if you had GPS data as to Theo's route?
Yes.
So why is it that you can remember receiving the other things but you can't remember when you received this document?
I just can't recall when I got that document. I had a number of people handing me documents throughout the day.
On this day, day 9, were you in charge of deciding the search areas or had somebody else taken over that task?
I believe when I commenced, there was a strong suggestion to commence searching at Wadigo's Beach. So search area 1.
Where was that suggestion coming from?
I cannot recall. I don't know if it was the detectives on scene or it had been in the briefing from a handover from a previous search coordinator. I'm not sure. I just remember there was a strong emphasis on that area being searched.
And was that in accordance with what we just saw, the blue box around the
Yes,
Wadigo?
and that was the explanation that was given to me, that blue box.
There's evidence before the coroner in a statement by Detective Parker. There's an entry that at 6 a.m, Detective Parker had a briefing with Inspector Keogh in relation to searching areas that day, and it records to be centred on the pass to Wadigo's based on the Telstra information and areas not yet searched. I'll just ask you firstly, was Inspector Keogh the controller that day?
I'd have to check my log or check my records. I can't be certain. It may...
Does that entry refresh your memory in any way about who was giving directions about the search area concentrating around Wadigo's?
No, it doesn't sort of jot my memory of who it was.
Would it be your understanding that if there had been access to a Google timeline, like the map that I just showed you with that blue and red lines, would it have been your expectation that that would have been the focus of search areas if that map had been obtained?
In regard, what do you mean in regards to timelines? If that map had actual times and dates attached to it?
That was imprecise and I apologise. If we go to the map, this map here, Senior Constable, if you can take it from me that it's referred to as a Google timeline because that's what it's described as by Google, and you'll see that written on that document before you. See that there? So I apologise for being unclear, but when I refer to timeline, I'm not talking about something with times. I'm talking about this particular map.
Yep.
So if you had received this map, which you gave evidence you understood to be GPS coordinates, would it be your expectation that that would have been a focus of search areas?
Yes, it would have. Yes, it would have.
So looking back on it now, can you understand why the blue area depicted on the cell tower map, the area around Wadigo's, why do you understand that was the focus of search areas?
From my understanding, that was the most most accurate or most up-to-date information we had at the time.
And so does that lead you to the conclusion that you might have received this map later in the day, or are you unable to say?
In regards to when I got this map, the Google timeline, I'd suggest from my communications log that I did during the day, that would have been about lunchtime.
And why do you think it would have been about lunchtime?
Because after lunch I've sent a team over there to do reconnaissance search of the Cozy Corner area, and then I've sent an actual search group over there to do a more intensive search.
Why did you send a search team over to do a reconnaissance search of the Cozy Corner area?
Because I had limited resources. I had to complete that initial search area. I wasn't going to just abandon that initial search area over at Wattigos. I'd still wanted to search that. So I only had a limited number of people, so I sent them over to do a reconnaissance search of Cozy Corner to try and pick up any point of interest that sort of related to that Google data.
You had a limited team, which is why it was only a reconnaissance search, but why Cozy Corner? What was the significance to Cozy Corner?
That's where the Google data finishes. So that's sort of the end. You start from the end, and
if we look, Senior Constable, at that map, the Google timeline map, why do you say that it ends at Cozy Corner?
because it's in that vicinity, I guess.
The final point on that location is, would you agree, in the middle of the headland, perhaps even closer to the Wattigos side? Would that be fair? I'm just trying to understand, and I'm not being critical, I'm just trying to understand, why send the team over to Cozy Corner if that's the final point on that map?
Well, I suppose if you look at the actual data, it all follows tracks, it follows routes, it's all marries up with the map, and then there's a straight line that runs straight from the beach straight up to that point. It's sort of a very unnatural. It's almost, I'm pretty sure that it's almost like sorry, I'm trying to think of the words to describe it. There's no sort of path or anything that's on a map that shows a straight line there. So it almost looked to me as if that was just the data jumping from the last known position to possibly like the mobile phone tower or something in that vicinity. It's sort of a very straight line. It's unnatural. And I know there's no path in that area. If you're pushing through the bush, it'd be more erratic, more twist and turn, not a direct straight line. So that's sort of what brought my attention to that.
I think you've been vindicated by the data there with those assumptions too, Senior Constable. That's quite astute, with respect. So in terms of what you did, you sent over a reconnaissance team and then later on you sent over another team. Are you able to tell us where exactly that team was sent?
So initially that reconnaissance team went over there and they've actually located a water pipe. So a large diameter water pipe that actually appears to run all the way from just behind the sand dunes and Tallows Beach straight up to the walking track that's above there, that main range track.
I'll try and find the relevant map. Is this the search area that you're referring to that you sent a team over to on the 18th of June?
Yes, so that orange area is like my initial search area that I've tasked, and then that red area is the actual area that was searched.
When you say the red area, do you mean the two red arrows on either side of what you've marked? You've marked with an arrow there water pipes. Is that the central red line?
Yes, so that central red line's the actual water pipe that was located. And then 10 metres either side of that, that's where our contact search was carried out.
Could I just interrupt for a moment? Am I being heard?
Yes, Mr. Everton.
Oh, thank you. Your Honour, could I just ask that the maps be identified? So for about the last 10 or 15 minutes, there's been reference to the timeline map and also to what's been called the cell tower map, or the map with the blue box. And my understanding is that those maps are both attached to the latest statement from Senior Constable Papworth at tab 120BA. So perhaps if Council Assistant can just confirm that, and then also identify where it is that this map is found.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And I just make the comment, Your Honour, that I do think that there's a concern that sometimes maps and other things going onto the screen aren't being necessarily identified. And I just think it's obviously not a problem because we've got a video of the entire proceedings, but it will be a problem for the transcript at some points.
Yes, thank you, Mr Evenden.
I'm certainly happy to do that, Your Honour, and I had detected that as an issue myself when I was reviewing the transcript, so I'm grateful for my friend for reminding me. I think it's only the last three maps which haven't been identified. I thought I was doing it okay until then.
Yeah, I think that's right.
This particular map is one I don't have in my notes, which is why I've neglected it. I think it's on page 6 of Annexure J, but I'll just check that.
Perhaps during the lunch adjournment we can just go back and identify the last three maps just to make sure we've
I'll do that.
Identified.
And we might mark as a separate exhibit, and I'll do this after lunch, Your Honour, but we might mark as a separate exhibit the bundle of documents that Senior Constable Papworth has given us as documents he received on day 9. We haven't had time to do that in the form of a statement, but I'll mark that separately and then regularise that after lunch.
All right, thank you, Ms Edwards.
So if I could just go back to this map, which will be identified in due course.
It's J, page 6.
Yeah, that confirms it. That's helpful. Senior Constable Papworth, this water pipe that you're referring to, could you describe the water pipe in any more detail, including its estimated dimensions?
So you're testing my knowledge now. I believe it was about 1 metre in diameter, the pipe, and it was supported by sort of concrete supports it's probably every few metres as it travelled up the hill towards that main coast range track.
Did it have any piping in the form of copper or metallic piping alongside it?
I can't recall. I remember the main pipe, the 1 metre one, being metallic. And the only reason I know this is because on the day after this, so the 19th, I was actually in the vicinity. So on the 18th, I didn't actually go out to this water pipe.
And what was the significance of the water pipe? Had you directed the team to it, or had they identified it as being significant in some way?
They identified it as being significant because it's was consistent with that straight line going straight up in the GPS data from the Google timeline.
I see. So is it your understanding that they thought that if there had been a direct route taken up from Tallows Beach to that last known point, it might have been if Theo or someone with his phone was following that water pipe? Is that right?
Yeah, yes. It was described to me as it's being sort of a object that you'd use to orientate yourself to get up and also to help yourself climb up the steep embankment, because it was quite steep in that area, so it was almost like you used the pipe to support yourself as you scaled the hill.
Do you recall now, Senior Constable, who had that inside? Which person?
Do not recall.
Now, you've indicated that you went back there the next day. The tasking sheet that is attached to that map seems to indicate that it was a search that went for about an hour and a half. And again, I'll identify that tasking sheet after lunch. But is that consistent with your recollection, that was searched for about an hour and a half?
Yes, that's my recollection.
The tasking sheet also indicates a contact search and creeping line ahead. In light of your evidence earlier today, do you take that to mean it was quite a thorough search?
Yes.
And again, if we go to the tasking sheet, there's an entry which reads, water pipe located in SA3 at the end of the Cosy Corner four-wheel drive track appears to match the Google phone data. Contact search conducted along water pipe and 10 metres east and west, nil find. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've explained to us what appears to match the Google phone data means in terms of it seeming to take that direct route towards Lighthouse Road and towards the Watergo side of the Cape. Is that right?
Yes.
If we go to an entry in the police rescue report, and I can indicate that this is annexure to the statement of Senior Constable Sterling. If we could just blow up the entry. Might be too hard to read.
Which annexure is it?
So if we just, I'll just read it out loud. It says, homicide squad, this is the entry for the 18th of June, day 9. A portion of that entry for that day reads, homicide squad also obtained the Google location data from the MP mobile phone. This data placed the MP in an unsearched area to the northwest of Cosy Corner, brackets Tallows Beach. Approximately 29 SES and 10 OSG police used in the search, a number of members of the public volunteering their time. They have been tasked simple areas that are easily accessed. Senior Constable Papworth, was that area to the northwest of Cosy Corner searched by 29 SES and 10 OSG police, or was that a total for the areas searched that day?
No, that's a total of the searches in that day. That's just an overview of how many searches there were.
Earlier today, I took you to some areas that were searched in Cosy Corner, instructed by you on day 1 and day 2.
Yep.
You've described that in your report as unsearched areas. Was it your understanding that that particular water pipe area hadn't been searched before?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you just indicated to Her Honour that you didn't attend on the 18th of June, but you attended in person the next day, the 19th of June. Is that right?
I believe it was the 19th. I might have, just bear with me.
If I could assist you, Senior Constable, on the 19th of June, you've said in your statement you weren't on duty, but you were looking around the Tallows Beach area and the Cosy Corner area for your own benefit. And then on the 20th of June, you were part of the searching team that searched around Cosy Corner. Does that assist?
Yes, that's correct.
So which of those days did you go to the water pipe?
Well, both days. So I went on the 19th on my own time, and then on the 20th I was in that area as well, searching.
I note the time, Your Honour. I probably only have about a minute more with this witness, but it might be better to come back so we can go through those entries with the maps as well, and we'll do that.
All right, we'll take the lunch adjournment and we'll come back at 2:10.
Senior Constable, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Can you see me?
I can see you.
Senior Constable, after your conference with the team assisting the State Coroner, you have provided a news statement dated the 21st of February 2022.
Yes.
And, Your Honour, I can indicate for the parties that that's going to be at tab 120, capital B, capital A of volume 8. Senior Constable, in paragraph 6 of that statement, you provide a bundle of documents which you've described as Day 9 supporting documents, which are documents that you received throughout the day on the 18th of June. And what I'll do, Your Honour, is I'll just go through those documents now. I think somebody needs to put their microphone on mute.
Might be Senior Constable Papworth moving his papers, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senior Constable, if it's you. So we'll just have them up on screen. I'll indicate what individual numbers I'm giving to the documents.
Thanks, mate.
If one was to go through the documents provided in that supplementary statement in order, then that's number one.
This is the photo
That's the photo of Theo
Theo.
prepared on the
Long
the
hair.
day one of the search.
Yep.
And then pages 2 and 3 are an email.
Just one moment. I'll get that up.
And then
We haven't got that yet.
we don't have the email, but it's not.
Oh, I see.
Page 4 and 5 are both what we've periodically been referring to as the wedge map. So that is the annexure 4 and 5 to Papworth. The next map, which is sometimes referred to as the blue square map, is at page 6. So that's at page 6 annexed to the supplementary statement of Papworth. The next photo is a photo of Theo at the airport. Did you receive that also on day 9, Senior Constable Papworth?
Yes.
And I've labelled that page 7, Your Honour. And then if we keep going, the photo of the Oppo phone is page 8. Keep going. The lanyard is page 9. Keep going. The Google timeline image is page 10. And I haven't asked the Senior Constable about these, but these still in the Great Northern Bottle Shop. I've labelled them pages 11 and 12. Were they also provided to you on the 18th of June, Senior Constable?
Yes.
And I asked you some questions earlier today, Senior Constable, about a police rescue service report. That's an annexure to Senior Constable Sterling's statement, but is it the case that you wrote that report, Senior Constable?
Bear with me, I'm just having a look. I know I've definitely written parts. I'm not sure if I wrote all of that.
Did you write the entry for the 18th of June?
Yes.
And I can indicate that is at tab 120, capital B, capital J 6, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Sorry, 119. I've got that wrong. Sorry, I withdraw that. That report is at tab 119, capital A, annexure A.
Thank you.
Senior Constable, those were my questions for you. Thank you for your assistance. I understand that you would like to say a few words to Theo's family.
Yes, I just wanted to. I just want to express my deepest condolences to family and friends of Theo. I never got to meet Theo, but I probably think of him on a daily basis. So this has definitely had a profound effect on me. And I just wish the family the very best, and I hope they get the closure that they're seeking.
Thanks very much, Senior Constable. I'll just see if there's some questions from Mr. Evenden first. On mute, Mr. Evenden.
Can you hear me now, Your Honour?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Senior Constable Papworth?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm asking some questions on behalf of Theo's family. Gave some evidence about when you first set up the command post at the playing fields, that some searching teams came back with some information about vagrants and homeless camps in the area that you had marked on a map at Annexure B, page 6 of your original statement. Can you provide us any further detail of exactly where those searches came across what you've referred to as vagrants and homeless camps?
No, I can't.
Okay, do you recall if it was immediately adjacent to the playing fields?
No, I'm unsure.
Did you go into any of those areas yourself?
No.
Did you see any homeless or homeless camps or seemingly homeless people when you were set up at the playing fields?
No, not from the command post.
Okay. You also gave some evidence about beach parties at Tallows Beach, and that you had heard from the police radio that there'd been beach parties in what is the shaded area of that same map, Annexure B, page 6. And that's an area that runs north from Tallows Beach car park to the cliffs above Cozy Corner. Is it the case you said you didn't, at that stage of the search, specifically instruct the searchers who went to Tallows Beach to look for any signs that there'd been beach parties some 9 days earlier?
No, I didn't instruct the searchers in that.
Right. And are you aware of any information coming back from those searches that suggested there had been, or that there was any evidence of beach parties that they had uncovered?
No.
Did you pick up any information at all, particularly in those first 2 days that you were the search coordinator, the 9th and 10th of June, about Cozy Corner?
In what regards?
In any way that might be helpful for the investigation, knowing now that Theo's phone certainly was located in that area that night?
No, I didn't get any sort of further feedback or information for that area.
Right. And what about just Tallows Beach in general?
No, I didn't sort of get any sort of feedback in regards to anything of interest. I know that obviously when the searchers are out there, they've crossed paths with people and they'd spoken to a few people in their travels and just asked, and but nothing of interest.
Right. And again, anything of interest in relation to the headland that rises up above Corner and Tallows Beach to the north of the beach?
No.
Now, you said that when you first came onto this job, you had concerns that Theo may be injured somewhere in a remote area and need medical attention. At that point, it was 9 days since he was last seen and there was a concern for his survival. Is that the case?
Yes.
And you were of the view at that point that it was more pressing to search the secluded bush areas that you identified and then had searched on that first day.
Yes.
So at that point, it really was at that crux point, 9 days after his disappearance, where time was of the essence and it really was a matter of survival.
Yeah, like I stated before, I'm not an expert in time frame of survival, but obviously 9 days being injured or in need of medical attention is a very long time.
Right. Now, you had done the land search coordinators course in March 2019.
Yes.
And so that would have been fresh in your memory.
Yes.
Had you learned anything about thermal imaging in that course?
I believe that we touched on it when the New South Wales Pol Air came and spoke to us for a part of that course.
Right. Was thermal imaging identified in the course as one way and likely a very good way to search for a person in dense bushland?
I can't recall the exact teachings on thermal imaging. I can just recall that it was brought up as a capability that New South Wales Pol Air had.
All right. I just want you to reflect on the evidence, and you may not have seen it in detail. I'm assuming you weren't watching when now Sergeant Vidler gave evidence back in December of last year.
No, I wasn't watching.
She indicated that she had sent you a text message on day one of the search advising you to consider using a Pol Air helicopter and night thermal imaging. So I just want you to reflect on that because she's given that evidence in some detail about giving that information to you by text and the reasons why, and those being in relation to the time frame for survival rapidly closing. Have you, do you have any recollection of getting a text message to that effect?
No, I don't.
Okay. Have you got your mobile phone with you now?
Yes.
Is it something where you could just look up and see if you've got a messages from Senior Constable or Sergeant Vidler and scroll back to that date?
I'll attempt to do that right now.
Okay.
So I've actually got two numbers saved in my phone for Sergeant Vidler, a work phone and a personal mobile. I've just scrolled back as far as I can, and as far as I can go back is Friday the 21st of February 2020. I dare say that might be when I've purchased this actual mobile phone.
All right. And that's in relation to both those numbers, is it?
Yes.
All right. And you've got a recollection of buying a new phone in sometime in 2020? Or
yes,
perhaps
but yeah, I've definitely purchased a phone between the June 2019 and now.
All right. So I just want to ask you, knowing or taking into account what you'd learnt at the course 3 months earlier, can you explain why you weren't, as the search coordinator, thinking about organising thermal imaging on that first day?
Why I didn't?
That's right.
I don't really have an explanation for that. I suppose it was an oversight on my part in regards to my inexperience in searching. As I said before, this was my first actual, I suppose, proper search. I'm not saying that Sergeant Villa didn't send me that text message and float that idea to me. I can't recall that interaction.
All right. 3 days later, you went with Senior Constable Sterling to the cliffs on a day when there wasn't actually a land search coordinated, but you undertook a search with a drone.
Yes.
And I understand that we're going to see at some stage some footage from that drone. Do you recall what the capacity of that drone was and whether it had any thermal detection capabilities?
Unfortunately, I don't. I'm not a drone operator, and at the time, and I'm still not a drone operator, so
I can
couldn't
indicate.
speculate.
I'm not objecting, but I can indicate for Mr Evenden's assistance that Senior Constable Sterling has made those inquiries and he can give evidence about those next.
Okay, thank you. Now, just moving on, you did answer some questions for counsel assisting about the accuracy of GPS data, and you were asked some questions about how if you'd had the yellow pin map, it would have changed your search focus and methods. Do you remember answering that question? So is it the case that you, on the 9th of June, were under no misapprehension as to the accuracy of the GPS data from Google Maps as compared to information you might have received from phone towers?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Is it the case that as of the 9th of June, I'll change the way I'm asking it, you knew that the accuracy of the GPS data from Google Maps would be more accurate than information received from a phone tower about the potential location of a phone?
Yes, and I suppose that's evident in the actual difference in the maps. Like the Google data is a pin drop breadcrumb trail, where the phone tower data is just an estimated area. Originally being that wedge, and then once it's interrogated further down, it's only that box, so it's still not as accurate.
All right. You've given some evidence about day 11 of the search, Thursday the 20th of June. Oh, sorry, I withdraw that. From your statement, I understand that you were present on Thursday the 20th of June, which was day 11, and you've also given some evidence about searches that took place on the pipeline. I believe it was on day June 18. I want to ask you really about the search of that steep, thick, vegetated and rugged area surrounding Tallow Beach, Cosy Corner and the area south of the Cape Byron Lighthouse, because it's of particular interest to the family. When the search was being undertaken at that latter time, so I'm talking about the 18th and the 20th of June,
Yes.
By that time, police and others were not really searching for someone that was alive. That was very unlikely.
Yes, I agree. The likelihood was very diminished by then.
Is your do you feel satisfied, knowing what you know about the searches that were undertaken, that there was sufficient searching of that area that I've specified to detect a body if it was there?
Yes.
You described the area where the pipeline is as steep. Were there any areas in that bushland that surrounds the northern part of Tallows Beach that are simply inaccessible?
I wouldn't say inaccessible. I'd say difficult to access, but yeah, not inaccessible.
Are there any areas, to your knowledge, that had not been accessed, at least to some extent, by search teams?
Not to my knowledge, but yeah, like I said, I was only a searcher on the 20th, so I'd only speculate.
Right, but you were search coordinator on the 18th when there was fairly intense searches of a number of those areas, correct?
Yeah, the most intensive, being down at Wattigos and then around the pipeline.
So I'll just ask you that question again. I mean, can the family put out of their mind the possibility at all that Theo's remains might be in that area, the thick, vegetated and rugged area surrounding Tallow Beach, Cosy Corner and the area south of the Cape Byron Lighthouse?
I could only speculate because, like I explained, I know there was further searching conducted after those dates. To the extent and where was searched and the intensity of those searches, I could only speculate. So I can't answer that question.
All right. All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Evenden. Ms. Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honour. Senior Constable Patworth, I know you indicated that on days 1 and 2 when you were leading the searches that you'd only recently been accredited, and you also indicated that it was only the third search that you'd done and that it was of a particular magnitude that made it different from the previous searches. You would agree, wouldn't you, that if you had any particular questions, any particular issues that arose, you had access to people with more seniority, such as Sergeant Vidler or New South Wales Rescue, that would be someone you could contact or draw upon if you had any questions?
Oh, most definitely.
And in fact, as we've discussed, you did have some discussions with Sergeant Vidler, at least over text message, with respect to certain issues.
Yes, and I believe I spoke to, from memory, it was a Sergeant Sharp, I think, on day 2 from the Rescue and Bomb Disposal Unit in Sydney. So I was in contact with people.
And Senior Constable Patworth, there's been some discussion as well regarding a text message exchange between you and Sergeant Vidler with respect to the Polar Air helicopter, and I completely appreciate that you don't have any recollection of that text message conversation, or also that you don't have a record of the physical text message at the moment in your phone. Is it possible that you did follow up or make some inquiries in relation to Polair New South Wales or Polair Queensland, and you just can't remember what the outcome was of those inquiries?
It's a definite possibility. I know that how it works, if I want a resource to come assist my search, I relay that information to the search controller. So at the time it would have been Acting Inspector Hamilton, to make those inquiries on my behalf.
So it is possible that those inquiries were made and there was a reason that you can't recall at the moment that resource was not made available.
Yeah, there's a definite possibility that's occurred, but I just can't recall.
And thank you. And Senior Constable Patworth, may I just take you to paragraph 20 of your first statement? I'm just getting there myself. And I did note that you did you would confirm, wouldn't you, based on this statement, that you were informed during day one of the search that the Westpac Lifesaver helicopter, albeit without the thermal imaging technology, had already conducted an aerial search of the relevant areas that day?
Yes, I was informed by Acting Inspector Hamilton that Westpac had conducted a aerial search of the headland.
Thank you. And Senior Constable, I'll just ask you to go now to page 71 of your statement. I apologise. I also don't have the relevant annexure markings that Council Assisting has, but I've been thinking of this particular map as the rainbow map. It's on my page 71 of your statement. It's got quite a lot of colours on it.
I think it's B10. Maybe sure.
Mr. Evander, would you be assisted if that map was put up on the
I think the family would be.
yes, Mr. Harrington, I might just ask you to put up that map if it's at all possible. It's the one. It's page 71, excuse me, of Senior Constable Patworth's first statement.
Is it
Can you put it back to the...
Just show it again. Is it this one?
What is
It's
it?
that one, thank you.
B10?
Yes.
For the record, Your Honour, that's annexure B10 of
Thank you.
Papworth. The laminated one with the circle.
Yes, it's not that one, Mr. Harrington.
This one?
It's not this one. I'll see if I can show it on my screen. Sorry, I can't see myself.
One second.
My one looks like, I don't know if you can see that. It's
yeah.
got the big Palm Valley.
Palm Valley was in the middle of it.
Could you show that again, Ms Palmer? We missed it.
Bit over to your right.
Palm
yes.
Valley. Okay.
Watergoes Beach.
Yeah, no.
It's the one, it has the SA1 just under Watergoes Beach.
Found it.
Do we have a brief page number for it?
It's
70.
There we are.
Thank you very much. Apologies for all that hassle. Cindy Constable Patworth, I was just going to indicate, as I understood your evidence to Council Assisting, area SA1 was the area searched on day one of the search. Is that correct?
No, that's day 9.
SA1, just under Watergoes Beach?
Yep, that's a map from day 9.
Oh, right, excuse me.
So it's search area 1 from day 9.
I might just withdraw that question. I think that the issue that I was really coming to, Senior Constable Patworth, was that it indicated that on the search there was an area that was searched that you didn't have the benefit of the GPS watches, and I was just going to ask you if, notwithstanding the fact that now you appreciate the benefit of having that data and that data available at all times, are you of the view that you accurately marked off on the relevant map the areas that were searched by the searches that day?
Yes, I'm confident that the areas that I've marked are areas that have been searched.
Just two more questions, Senior Constable. I just wanted to bring your attention as well to the report that was included in the annex to Sterling, Sterling statement. And that report was for the 18th of June.
Yes.
It's the report that's immediately after, it's on page 6 of Senior Constable Sterling Senior Constable Sterling's statement, and I know you've given some evidence to counsel assisting to the effect that you had wanted to complete certain searches at Watergoes Beach on the morning of the 18th before other searches were taken over in the Talos Beach area, and those were searches that commenced in the afternoon. But in the morning, I think you'd indicated that you weren't sure why you had indicated that of course you'd want to finish the area of search that had been started. But would you agree that this perhaps illuminates the reason why you had wanted to continue searching in that area on the 18th of June? And that it's indicated in that report, search area focus around bushland located between the pass and Watergoes Beach. This was due to mobile phone data placing the missing person's mobile phone in this area before it was switched off or the battery went flat. Does that refresh your memory as to why you may have considered it important to search that Watergoes area on the 18th?
So that Watergoes area on the 18th, so I recall initially getting that Telstra data, being that blue box, that map.
Yes.
So I know now that was, that data is actually from, I think it's 1:50 in the morning of PM on the 1st, where that
Yes.
Google data actually finishes at, I believe it's at 12:05 or around midnight.
Yes.
So, well, in hindsight now I know that Telstra data was sort of the most recent activity. So I suppose there was conflicting, well, not conflicting, but there was different considerations for both that data. So like the Google data was very accurate, but it stopped at midnight, where this mobile phone data from Telstra was less accurate, but it was the most recent data we had, or the last phone data we had.
Yes, I understand. Oh, no, I think I
So there's
understand.
sort of two trains of thought. There's like, do we go the most recent activity, or do we go the most accurate? So that's why I would like to have done both, and that's why I have done both.
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you, Senior Constable. Finally, I just wanted to raise one last question, and I know you'd indicated in your evidence to counsel assisting that during the briefing and the first day of the searches, you don't have any specific recollection of mentioning a particular phone or a lanyard. You do recall having some kind of description of the clothes that it was believed Theo was wearing. But at the time you didn't know you were looking, for example, for an Oppo mobile phone that was purple, or for the lanyard as well. But nevertheless, even if that's the case, even if the people searching on that day didn't have all of those details, do you believe it's the case that if items of clothing had been found, if a mobile phone had been found, if a hat had been found, if any items of this nature had been found on that day, that the searchers would have known to bring that to your attention or to another senior person's attention?
Yes. I suppose at the end of the day, it's up to the discretion, I guess, of the searchers who find it. I suppose there's always that possibility that they might disregard something that later might have been important. But that's sort of, I suppose, out of my control. I'm relying on them finding the object and going, that's relevant, I need to report that back. Because as you
Yes.
can imagine, there's probably lots of stuff that they do come across that they've, I suppose, decide relevant.
In your experience, did people raise issues with you or other senior people when they did find items that they might consider, well, items such as things like clothing or mobile phones or
I do
anything?
vaguely remember on day one some clothing being located and some police being dispatched to that area. I can't recall what I know that it was disregarded for whatever reason, but I can't recall what that reason was. But I do remember being alerted to certain things and sending people out there to make further inquiries.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions from me, Your Honour.
Thank you, Ms Palmer. Anything arising, Ms Edwards?
Sorry,
Thank
Your Honour.
Oh, sorry, yes, Mr Evenson.
Sorry, Your Honour. Could I just ask some further questions just before Ms Edwards finishes?
Yes.
Thanks, Your Honour. Senior Constable, you were the search coordinator on the 9th and 10th of June on the first and second day.
Yes.
And then Senior Constable Sterling was the coordinator on the third day. That's right,
Yes.
isn't it? And then on the fourth day, there was no land search, but you and Senior Constable Sterling attended on Wednesday the 12th to do the drone searches. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it the case that there was then no further land search on the Thursday, the Friday, the Saturday, and the Sunday of that week?
I I don't know the answer to that. Obviously, I only know what I was directly involved in. So I only know, obviously, the 9th to 10th and is it the 12th? We went with Sterling to do the drone. And then
That's right.
my involvement ceased until the 18th when I came back as the coordinator.
Right.
So what happened between those days, I'm unsure.
All right. Is it your understanding that a land search won't be conducted without a land search coordinator?
Yes, there has to be a land search coordinator.
And that the land search coordinators were sourced from Lismore, where then Senior Constable Vidler was effectively in charge of those people?
Yes, so the land search coordinators are, well, I won't say all, but vast majority of us are police rescue, and the only police rescue unit in the Northern Rivers is Lismore. The next closest police rescue unit's Newcastle.
All right. Would you accept her evidence that if it wasn't yourself or Senior Constable Sterling or her there coordinating the search, that there wouldn't have been a land search conducted?
Yes.
All right. So, bearing in mind that you were with Senior Constable Sterling on Wednesday the 12th, which was the first day that a land search hadn't been coordinated since it was started, do you have any memory of the reasons why there wasn't a land search on that day?
No, I could only speculate.
All right. And similarly, do you have any recollection of the reasons why there wasn't a land search, in fact, until the following Monday, the 17th of June?
No, I've got no answer for that. I'd only be speculating.
All right. You were back at Byron Bay on Tuesday the 18th as the search coordinator, and
Yes.
then you attended there the next day voluntarily on your day off, and finally on the 20th you were in fact involved in the quite significant searches of that rugged area of headland between Tallows Beach and the road above it. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you, in those 3 days, have anything to do with searches by cadaver dogs?
No. I do know that, I believe it was the 19th, the cadaver dog was coming up to do searching. And I believe that I may have provided some sort of recommendation of areas that of interest that might be worth searching, but yeah.
All right. So you can't recall which areas were searched or anything like that?
No, not in regards to the cadaver dogs, no.
All right. And in relation to searches of the cliff areas by abseilers, whether they be police abseilers or people from the community, do you have any information from that that period of time, including the 18th, 19th and 20th of June, of any searches being undertaken on the cliffs?
Yeah, there was on the 18th, I do recall there was some members of the community who approached me at the command post about abseiling some cliff areas. I believe there's a tasking sheet and a map that I've included in my statement to that effect.
All right. And are you aware of whether they'd already done a search over the previous weekend?
I'm aware of that now. I'm not sure if I was made aware of that at the time or if that's something that's come up at a later date. I believe that they were there the day before.
All right. And finally, on day 10 of the search, the 19th of June, you attend Byron Bay yourself on your day off.
Yep.
Just for the benefit of the family, do you want to tell us a little bit more about your motivation for that and what you did?
I suppose it was, I wanted to, obviously the nature of being a land search coordinator, you spend a lot of time in the command post looking at the map, telling people where to go, documenting that sort of stuff. And it was to get sort of a better understanding of the topography of the ground, the lay of the land, so to speak, because I'm familiar with Byron Bay, but the Tallows Beach, Cozy's Corner area is not somewhere I think I'd ever been to before. And obviously I was getting back all these reports of how steep and densely vegetated it was. So it was more of a, to gain a better understanding of where I was sending those searches and what they were up against in regards to the terrain.
And you spent some hours there, is that right?
Yeah, a couple of hours.
And did that help you inform yourself when you did the next day you were involved in these searches on the headland?
Yes, it sort of gave me a better understanding of what to expect for the day, and yeah.
Right. And just, can I ask you, did you go all the way up to the end of Tallows Beach on your day off?
No, I don't think I went all the way to the end of Tallows Beach. I think I walked the full drive access track to the water pipe that had been searched the day before, and I think I actually walked the water pipe up to the walking track, and then I walked east towards the hang gliders launching, and then I walked back westbound down to the roadway, and then sort of skirted Lighthouse Road back down to Tallows, and that's on Tallows Beach Road is where I ran into Inspector Keogh.
And how hard is it to walk up the water pipe to the track up the top? Is it something that, you know, a young fit person could do? Is it something that an older person can do?
It's definitely something a young fit person could do. It's obviously the most direct, sort of easiest way to get up that terrain, because obviously the pipe, I suppose, gives it a bit of a natural. It's sort of a natural walkway, I guess, or thoroughfare.
And
Obviously,
just, are you able to estimate how far south of the northern end of Tallows Beach that pipe starts?
At an estimate, it's probably halfway between the car park and the actual Cozy's Corner, so the northern end of the beach. So probably halfway between the car park and the.
All right, that's very helpful, Senior Constable. Thanks for your evidence.
Yes, Ms Edwards.
Senior Constable, on that last point that Mr Evenden took you to, would you be able to attend the area of the water pipe and drop a GPS pin and provide those coordinates to the assisting team?
As in, go there and let the team know.
Would you be able to, not necessarily today, but at some time
Oh, okay. Yeah,
this week, to attend that area and obtain the GPS coordinates, perhaps by dropping a pin on Google Maps, and then provide that to the assisting team?
Yes, definitely. I can attend and probably map myself doing the walk to the water pipe and walking the actual water pipe itself.
Oh, if you would do that, that would be very helpful to us,
Yep.
Senior Constable. Thank you. While I'm giving you homework, as it were, you indicated to Ms. Palmer that you may have conducted some inquiries with Queensland Polair about thermal imaging. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, I recall saying that.
Is it correct to presume that if you had done that, there would be some written record, whether it's in a notebook or in Eagle Eye or in an investigator's log or something of that nature?
I dare say there would be. There'd be some sort of record, maybe a telephone conversation that's been had between Hamilton and someone else or Queensland. A radio message perhaps to VKG to make inquiries. I dare say there would be some sort of record if that did occur.
Can I ask you to liaise with counsel for the police and solicitors for the New South Wales Police to see if you could make inquiries to see whether or not you can find records of that investigation or that exploration of that activity?
Yeah, I can make inquiries.
Again, we'd be grateful, Senior Constable, and those are my questions, Your Honour.
Senior Constable, that's the end of your evidence today. I just want to say thank you for your very helpful evidence today. You're excused now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Senior Constable Sterling. He's going to give evidence by AVL. Before we go to him on screen, two things. Firstly, as I indicated earlier this morning, now that we've heard Senior Constable Papworth's evidence, the assisting team has been in contact with the team leaders of some of those searches that went to Cosy Corner and also that area north of the cricket nets. Inquiries have been made specifically about whether they saw any signs of recent activity, including fires, alcohol bottles, things of that nature. We will be taking the results of those inquiries, distilling them into statements and serving them to the parties as soon as they become available. I think one's come in today. I haven't even seen it yet, but we'll be getting those out as soon as we can.
Thank you.
The second issue I need to raise is that Ms Palmer has asked to put some matters on the record in relation to the press conference this morning. It's probably a convenient time to do that now, if it suits Your Honour.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you, Ms Palmer.
Thank you, Ms Edwards. Thank you, Your Honour. Your Honour, I wanted to briefly address a matter that was raised on the final day of hearing last year. At that time, I indicated that the officer in charge of the matter, Detective Senior Constable Phil Parker, would apply on behalf of the Byron Police District for a reward in this matter. I'm pleased to say that since December, that application has been approved by the relevant committee and by the New South Wales Government as well. This morning, the New South Wales Government, together with the New South Wales Police Force, announced a $500,000 reward for information that leads to the discovery of Theo's whereabouts or discloses the circumstances of his disappearance. The Deputy Premier and Minister for Police, Paul Toole, said that he is hopeful that this reward will encourage anyone who has yet to provide information to the police to come forward. Minister Toole said Theo was a young man who had his entire life ahead of him, and his family cannot rest until they know what happened to him. He said that the pain of losing a loved one, but the mystery surrounding this case only adds to that pain. Minister Toole has also said that police investigating this case need the community to help provide the crucial piece of the puzzle that can bring some comfort to the family and friends of Theo. And he has urged that if a member of the public knows or thinks of anything, no matter how small, to please phone Crime Stoppers. And those sentiments have been also echoed by Detective Acting Superintendent Brendan Cullen, on behalf of Byron District Police. And he has said that he hopes the reward will bring Theo's disappearance back to the forefront of people's minds, so the detectives can provide answers to the family. The press release was accompanied by a very moving video message from Theo's parents, Laurent and Vinciane, and that message is widely available on Australian News' websites. And so, Your Honour, I'm sorry to take up the time, but I'm conscious the proceedings are being live streamed, and so this might reach out to some relevant people, and I would just urge people, if they do have relevant information, to be in touch with Crime Stoppers.
Thanks very much, Ms Palmer, and I too would like to say that I'm hopeful that the reward might motivate someone who knows anything to come forward. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have the next witness now.
Thank you, Your Honour. I call Senior Constable John Sterling.
Senior Constable Sterling, are you there? Not yet.
Your Honour, can we maybe take 5 minutes while we tee that up?
Yes, we'll just take a 5-minute adjournment. I think.
Oh, he's here.
Silence, court has resumed.
We have Senior Constable Sterling on the screen. Can you see and hear us, Senior Constable?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Senior Constable Sterling, I'm going to swear you in. Do you wish to take the oath or the affirmation?
The oath.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Ms Edwards.
Your name's Senior Constable John Sterling.
Correct.
You provided a statement dated the 7th of September 2021.
Correct.
Is that a true and accurate statement to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
You've also met with the team assisting the coroner, the state coroner, on the 18th of February 2022.
Yes.
You explained to the assisting team in conference that when you provided your statement, you were a senior constable attached to the Lismore Police Station, but you've now moved to become a full-time member of the Police Rescue Service since November 2021. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You have been a Landsar accredited coordinator since 2017,
Yes.
and you were the coordinator of the search for Theo Hayez starting on day 3 of that search, the 12th of June. Withdraw that, the 11th of June.
Yes, the 11th.
Are you able to briefly outline to the state coroner what kind of experience with land searches you'd had as a coordinator prior to the search for Theo Hayez?
Yeah, sure. I have had somewhere between 6 and 8 searches previous to Theo. A lot of them have been just single day searches. One I believe has run into 3 days. They haven't been anywhere near as big or as involved as Theo. That was Theo became. That's about it really. I've done 6 to 8 and only 1 or 2 that have been above 1 day.
As at now, that is February 2022, is the search for Theo Hayez still the biggest search in terms of complexity and resources that you've been involved with?
Complexity, yes. Resources probably equal to one that occurred, in my perspective, one that had occurred late to 2019 for a missing man near Blue Knob. But certainly over the length, nothing ever this long. It's run over a year, yeah. And the amount of resources thrown at it have been phenomenal.
In terms of complexity with using mobile phone data and Google data, is that something that you'd had experience with prior to the search for Theo?
Not in that depth, no. No, we've used triangulations for missing people and things like that, but nothing with plotted GPS coordinates or anything like that.
In terms of when you became aware that Theo was missing, how did you first become aware that there was a missing person case involving him?
From memory, I received a phone call, would have been late in the evening of the 10th, saying there's a missing person and that I've got to go to Byron in the morning. And that was sorry?
I was just about to ask you if you were given any more detail than that about what the search involved or who you were looking for.
I honestly can't recall the exact contents of that phone call. I wasn't aware of the situation, so I wasn't given a huge amount of information. I don't remember it going all that long, the phone call. I'll speak to Senior Constable Patworth in the morning, who'd been running the search for 2 days prior to me.
When you say you weren't aware of it, is it the case that you hadn't picked up from the media or anything of that nature that there was a missing Belgian backpacker in Byron Bay?
I don't tend to watch the news on my days off.
So you didn't know?
No.
You say in your statement that you attended, before you went to Byron Bay, you were given a brief handover by Senior Constable Papworth regarding the areas to be searched, the pictures, maps and possible team availability. Going into that part of your statement, What do you mean that you were given a handover about the areas to be searched? Was that a decision that had been made by Senior Constable Papworth, what you would be doing that day?
Yes, it was the information I was given that CCTV footage had allegedly been recovered of Theo heading towards the Wake Up Hostel. So the area I was expected to be searched was the area around the Wake Up Hostel and Bolonja Beach. So that's where I went.
So when you say CCTV footage, we're not talking about the CCTV footage that you may be familiar with of Theo leaving Cheeky Monkeys, are we?
No.
This-
I actually haven't. I don't recall seeing the footage that is alleged to have been picked up of Theo heading away from town back towards his hostel. But apparently the detectives at the stage had identified a male who, from what I found out later, wasn't Theo, heading in that general direction. So at that time, that was the last known position. So that's where we headed. Or last suspected position anyway.
We lost the feed during part of that answer, I'm sorry. Did you say that you never saw the footage, but you understood from detectives that they had seen footage of a man heading towards the Wake Up Hostel?
Yes. At the time, yes.
And so it was your writing orders, if you like, for that day were that searches were to be conducted around the area of the Wake Up Hostel, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So that's where we concentrated the search on that day.
Did Senior Constable Papworth give you a briefing about what he had been doing for the last 2 days and the areas he had covered?
Yes, he gave me his maps, which I added to. When we obviously send search teams out in the field, we've got to record the areas where they searched and the team taskings. And so he gave me the maps and I added to them what we'd done for the day.
When you say you added to them, was that done using the Pulsar system or was that done manually by hand using shaded areas on a map?
Manually by hand on that day. I don't believe, from memory, I had the Pulsar system with me. I don't believe I did.
Have you been trained in that system?
Yes.
Do you know now why you didn't use it on day 3 of the search?
I don't recall. You
indicated that you were given information by detectives, which you've indicated you now know to have been discredited, that there may have been CCTV footage of Theo walking towards the Bolongal area and Wake Up. Did you have any understanding or information as to whether or not there was a working theory held by investigators as to where Theo was going or what had happened to him?
No, not at that stage. I was basically told that he's gone missing. This is where we thought he was, but now we've got CCTV footage heading back towards the hostel. And to be honest, I would have thought we would have searched around that area anyway, given that he's at that stage. I hadn't seen the GPS or anything like that at that stage. So it's an idea that would go to his last place where he was, his residence. So that's where we went.
You have outlined in your statement at paragraph 7 the areas where you searched that day, and as you've said, that was around what was understood to be his last known position at that time. Is that right?
Correct.
You've confirmed in conference that there were no searches on that day 3 in the Arakwal National Park. Is that right?
Arakwal National Park being Tallows.
Or Tallows and the National Park behind Tallows.
Yes. No, I didn't send any teams there.
On day 3, I'm going to show you a map on the screen. We've been calling it the wedge map, and that's the one that's now page 4 attached to the supplementary Papworth statement.
Yes.
Were you shown this map on day 3, Senior Constable?
I don't recall.
Have you seen a map like this before? As in, before June 2019, had you seen a map of this nature before?
Of that nature, yes. when we have done triangulations for missing people in part of my duties as a general duties constable. I've seen something similar to that, not very often, but I have seen something similar to that.
But this particular map wasn't shown to you by Senior Constable Papworth or anyone else on day 3?
It may have been, I don't know. If I've got, in my statement, I put all my documents. If I had that document, I probably would have included it in my statement.
Understood. Just looking at that map and looking in particular at the shaded area in that map, that wedge shape, what do you understand that to depict?
I understand that to depict the phone maybe somewhere in that area. Obviously taking terrain into account, hills, valleys, blockages, all that kind of stuff. A phone is probably somewhere in that area.
You just referred to hills, terrain, that sort of stuff. If we could go back to that answer, are you saying by that it's your understanding that certain aspects of the physical environment could affect the accuracy of whether or not a phone will be in that area or not?
My understanding is yes. I've, in part of my duties as General Duties Constable, when I've seen these maps, we've been given triangulations ranging from Kyogle to Lismore. The phone is somewhere in that vicinity, which is, I'm sure you can understand, is a couple of 100 square kilometres. I would suggest that it would be, or take a guess that it may be somewhere in there or close by in that general direction.
But are you indicating that can be affected by variables like hills, blockages, things of that nature? Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
So it's fair to say you take that sort of data with a grain of salt?
No, not as a grain of salt. I obviously weigh data of that nature about how effective it is to locating that person. It's just something that I do that I would say that it would be a probability that the phone is somewhere in that area or very close by. Maybe not exactly in that area. As I said, I believe there's terrain and everything else that can change things, especially when it comes to cell phone tower usage.
Would it be fair, sorry to interrupt.
You're right.
Would it be fair to say that that sort of data would be influential to you, but you'd also understand that it may not be of precision in terms of where a phone might be located at a particular time?
Absolutely. You summed it up better than I did.
I doubt that, Senior Constable, but thank you. But without wanting to labour the point, you just don't recall this being a consideration to you on day 3?
I honestly, like I said, if I had a copy of that map, I would have included it in my attachments to my statement if I had that map in possession.
If you had that map in your possession, would it also have been influential with search areas, noting what you've said earlier about how you thought it was important to search the area around the Wake Up hostel, given that's where Theo was staying?
It's hard to answer. Given at the time, given that I believe that phone could have been somewhere in that area, but if you look at the side of the angle that's heading north, like I said, it can be close by, so it may be somewhere around Shirley Street. I believe that's not within the realm of.
So it's not inconceivable that Wake Up is on a broad view potentially captured at least by that tower potentially. Is that right?
Wake Up is probably a bit far out. Again, this is me speculating. Wake Up's probably a bit far out, but just a wider arc than what is given, I believe, is a possibility. Is a possibility.
Understood.
But again, I mean, like I said, the footage we believed at that stage of Theo heading towards a Wake Up, who's to say he had his phone on him at that time or he dropped it or whatever. There's a whole number of possibilities that may indicate the phone was there. I mean, timings as well. He may have been there and then may have dropped out of service. There's a whole range of things that would weigh on that data there.
Now, you've gone through in your statement and through in your annexures as to the searches that you conducted on day 3. I'm not going to take you through those now because it's out of the area of interest during these sittings, but I'm going to take you now to the 12th of June, the following day.
Yes.
You have annexed to your statement at Annexure a police rescue and bomb disposal report entitled Search for Missing Persons Report. Do you have that there?
Yes.
If you go down to about halfway down the page, there's an entry dated the 12th of June 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
That reads day 4, land search scaled back. You see that?
Yes.
Why, to your knowledge, was the land search scaled back on day 4?
I'm not 100% sure why. Honestly, I don't know why it was scaled back. I'm not sure what was happening behind the scenes. I wasn't privy to that.
You'd been the coordinator the day before. Nobody discussed with you what the thinking was on the 12th of June as to whether or not there'd be a Landsar search that day?
Not 100%, no. I had a conversation with Senior Constable Vidler, at that stage, Senior Constable, who was in charge of the rescue. We had a discussion about what was going to occur the next day. I wasn't privy to what was happening with the detectives at that stage. So the idea was that we would scale back the land search and just conduct a few drone-based searching around the lighthouse.
All right. I'm going to take you now to the drone searches that you did around the lighthouse, but just to clarify that, did Sergeant Vidler or anybody else tell you why drone searches were going to be conducted around the Cape and what the purpose was of that?
I don't recall. I mean, I don't exactly know why. I believe that there was an idea that he may have gone into the water there. So we did a drone flight around there just to search the bottom of the cliffs and around the cliff faces.
Could you tell us a bit more about what you were told about whether Theo had gone into the water around there and if there's any
I don't recall what exactly was said, no, I don't.
In terms of whether Theo may have gone into the water around there, obviously one of the purposes of the drone flights was to look to see whether a body could be detected, is that right?
Yes.
Were you given any other instructions or information as to other things that you might search for with the drone, for example, clothing or a phone?
I don't recall if I was told exactly to look for clothing or a phone. When I conducted drone flight, I mainly look for a body or for an anomaly within the landscape, something that stands out. So a bright orange cone would stand out against that landscape and I'd be able to see it quite easily, but I don't recall exactly. I may have been told. I don't exactly remember if I was told to look for a phone or look for a hat. But when I do conduct a drone flight, I look for anomalies on the surface.
Yes, and I'm going to play the footage in a moment and then it'll become more obvious what you can and can't see with that footage. But before we go to that, just in terms of other items, was anything said to you, to your recollection, about a lanyard and like a credit card style key held in a lanyard?
I don't recall. It may have been, but I don't recall at all. I remember the hat and I remember the phone. When I was told about the phone, I don't really remember whether it was day one for me or whether it was day 2 or later. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I don't recall the lanyard.
What sort of documents are you given when you arrive to be involved in these searches? Is there a bundle of documents that you can access or an information pack or anything of that nature?
Usually it's maps, just maps. And if we've got a photo of the person, a photo of any of their items that they may have had with them, which is rare, which is really rare to be given that at the start of a land search, but mainly just a photo of that person and a description and maps, including their last known position.
Were you ever given either live footage or stills of the CCTV footage of Theo, either at the Great Northern Hotel or at Cheeky Monkeys on the 31st of May?
I don't recall. Certainly not on that morning. Like I said, the first thing I knew about it was that previous evening, and I'm not sure if it was on the news yet or what, but I don't recall that.
Would that be information that you would welcome, a picture of the person you're searching for showing the clothing that they were wearing at the time they disappeared?
I was given a picture. I believe that was in my statement of him standing at the airport with the hat that he was wearing, and from memory.
I can show you a picture. It's not attached to your statement, but we do have a copy of a picture of Theo at the airport. Is this the photo?
Yes.
When were you given that photo?
That day.
Is that the 12th of June?
The first day I conducted the search, which was the 11th.
When were you given that photo?
The
On
morning
the
of the 11th.
Morning of the, and that's annexure page 7 to Papworth's statement, Your Honour, the second one. Thank you, Senior Constable Sterling. Do you remember anything else along with the maps and that photo that you were given on the 11th of June?
I may have been given his tasking sheets from the previous day, which I gave back to him at the end of the day. I don't know. I can't recall. That's the only thing that stands out from my memory is that photo. Was there a photo of the hat? I'm not 100% sure. I can't recall that detail. Yeah, and the maps definitely.
Let's go to the drone searches. You're trained by CASA or you're accredited by CASA as a remote pilot aircraft system pilot, is that right?
Correct.
I think, can we call that a drone pilot?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You have outlined in your statement that you conducted a number of drone flights from around the headland. How did you go about selecting, or did you go about selecting a particular drone to conduct those flights?
I don't know how I pick that drone. I don't remember why I picked that particular drone. I'm sorry, I can't provide any more information on that.
You'd recall after the conference you had with the assisting team, you made some inquiries so that you could work out from records what particular drone you took, is that right?
I'll say that again.
You made some inquiries after the conference about the particular drone you used that day? You recall that?
Yes, I did, yes.
You appeared to confirm that that particular drone didn't have thermal imaging or heat detection, is that right?
Yes, that's right. It didn't have any of that.
Do you recall thinking about whether or not you should use a drone which had heat detection or thermal imaging?
Yes, I thought about it. I don't know why. I can't recall why I didn't, whether it was unavailable or whether it was somewhere else. I don't recall why I didn't use that one.
So it was an active consideration, but for whatever reason you've ended up with a drone that didn't have it, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the name or make of the drone that you used, just for the record?
There's a DJI Phantom.
A
DJI
Phantom?
Phantom.
Thank you. And you were able to make some inquiries and identify the footage that was captured on that day, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And does that drone also have some form of GPS mapping of the route that you took?
That drone has been retired, and I was unable to find where the GPS mapping was stored.
Right.
So
Are
we
you
no
able-
longer have possession of it. Once the drone is retired, it is sent back and sold off.
Are you able to describe to us the areas that you searched with the drone?
Certainly. I took off from basically a lookout to the north of the lighthouse, and I covered the area almost up to the point of what it goes down to Cozy Corner and backwards and forwards along that area.
I'm just going to show you a photograph. Do you recognise that area?
Yes,
Is that the area that you're talking about, the lookout point north of the lighthouse?
without referencing the lighthouse, I believe so.
If you could take it from me that's about 10 metres away from the lighthouse down a set of stairs, does that assist?
A fair bit longer than 10 metres, but yes, 20, 30, 40, something like that.
I'll show you another photograph to see whether or is this the area? That's another lookout point north of the lighthouse.
No, I
Is
believe
that-
it was the first one.
First one, all right. Well, in any event, that was an area that you the drone took off from, is that right?
That's correct.
And is it the case, just to explain to Her Honour how drones work, that you're controlling it with a remote control and you're also seeing on an iPad-like device footage of what the drone sees, is that right?
That's correct.
And is it the case that Senior Constable Papworth was an observer, which means he's looking out to see if there's anything in the air that might crash into or interfere with the drone?
Yes, that's correct. Because I'm focusing on the screen, I have Senior Constable Papworth there as an observer to warn me of any approaching aircraft or eagles that like to attack drones, things like that.
And were you using any particular method for searching with the drone?
Yes, I took off and I conducted sweeps north-south along the headland at varying heights to make sure I got the entire cliff face covered.
I might just show the Senior Constable some of the footage now. Can you see that footage, Senior Constable?
Yes, I can. It's it's taken a long time to buffer and it's pretty poor quality, but that looks like the footage I took.
We might just play some of that for the benefit of Her Honour.
Sure.
If I could just indicate, Senior Constable, I believe you told us in conference that this particular drone didn't have a zoom feature, is that right?
That's correct.
So there's no way you can, if you see something of interest, do you have to fly closer to the area to get a better look?
That's correct.
This particular flight is moving towards the bottom of the cliffs. Was there a reason for that?
Yeah, you mean in and out away from the cliffs?
No, I was just asking if you were focused on the area at the bottom, and what I had in mind was whether or not you were looking for areas where a body might be detected if someone had fallen.
Oh yes, absolutely. We always look in crevices, if the water's nice and clear, around the water edge.
You indicated earlier in your evidence that one of the other things you were looking for was anything of contrast that might stick out, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that it would be quite difficult to detect a phone or a lanyard or a grey cap for that matter with the drone, or is that too pessimistic?
It's hard. It's very, very hard. It just takes a piece of foliage or a crevice to hide an item like that, something that small. A phone, definitely. If I could only see an edge of it, I wouldn't be able to pick that up. No way. And given that the cliffs are grey, and if the phone was screen up, it probably wouldn't contrast all that much. It depends on the colour, depends on the size, depends on where it's fallen. But yes, it would be very hard to pick a phone up, or even a grey cap against some of those grey cliffs, yes.
Do you recall being told what colour the phone was?
I don't recall.
We're just going to load some more footage. Bear with us. I think this is just a short clip.
You said, I don't know if it's the same at your end, but on our end, we're getting the drone footage coming through in 3-second increments. So it doesn't move fluidly as the way one might normally see it. So we're getting a bit of a skip, and that could be deliberate, but I just wasn't sure if that was a result of buffering or something else.
No, I apologise, Ms Palmer, we're getting a very clear, fluid image here as intended.
It's very high quality footage, and it's quite a big file.
Yes, certainly the quality at this end is very good. So we might not continue with that if the other parties can't see it, but it has been of assistance here in Byron. Senior Constable, you had that launching pad, as it were, in the lookout just north of the lighthouse. Did you conduct other flights at different areas around the Cape? Did you use other launching sites?
Not around the Cape, no. Later on that day, I conducted a flight out towards Myocum, and I'm not sure if I used the drone again, maybe at, was it Cumbeaven Swamp? Maybe later on in the day, I don't recall, but nothing else around the Cape.
Did you engage?
Sorry, I do tell a lie. We did do a launch from the hang gliding lookout. We did a launch from the hang gliding lookout near Cozy Corner later on that day. Sorry.
That's to the south of the lighthouse.
Correct.
And that's on the lighthouse walking track, goes past a hang glider launching pad, is that right?
That's correct.
And what observations were you able to make when you conducted searches on the hang gliding platform side?
Observations that I made is that terrain is incredibly thick. If there was anything, even a person lying down in that scrub, I wouldn't have been able to see them. It's just too thick.
So it wasn't, despite your best intentions, that wasn't something of great utility?
If there had been an opening somewhere within that area not visible either from the lookout, from the path or from the beach, then yes, it would have been of use, but there wasn't anything like that, and it wasn't of much use at that time, no.
It's also recorded in the police rescue report that I took you to earlier that in addition to the drone searches, Surf Lifesaving conducted a coastal patrol from Tyagra in the north to Broken Head in the south using jet ski and rubber ducks. Was that a search that you had asked to be conducted? Was that something that you'd ordered be done?
I don't believe if I requested that particular search. I don't think so.
Are you able to tell the state coroner, anything more about that search? How many jet skis or rubber ducks were used? What sort of searching technique was being used? Anything of that nature?
No, sorry. I can't provide any more information on that.
Do you know who would be the person to ask about those searches?
I spoke to James Keogh on the headland, but exactly what we talked about I don't recall, no.
Now, if I could just now take you to, I think we'll go to the pane map first. I'm going to take you to some maps, and I'm not suggesting that you were ever provided with these maps or any criticism of you, but I'm showing you firstly a map that was produced by an officer, and I'll spell their name, Painemmilla. I don't have the brief reference, I'm sorry, Your Honour, but I'll try and provide that in due course. If you take it from me, Senior Constable, that this is a plotted map of GPS coordinates of Theo's route from Cheeky Monkeys after 11 p.m. and concluding at 12:05 in the early hours of the 1st of June. Have you ever been provided with a map of this nature of GPS coordinates before when you were conducting a Lansar search?
No, not that I recall, no.
Are you able to tell Her Honour what impact it might have had on the search areas, certainly when you were the coordinator on the 11th of June? What impact would that have had on you if you'd had a document like this?
I would have weighed this document as quite significant. It shows GPS data of where he's walked and the behaviour of what his movements were. It would have significantly assisted us in working a particular area or searching through a particular area.
Is it likely that this map would have changed the areas that were searched on the days that you were coordinating?
Possibly. But again, if we had CCTV footage of him later in the evening at another location, it may have contradictory footage. It's too hard to say.
What weight would you put on a GPS map drawn from Google as opposed to the cell tower wedge map that I gave you earlier, or showed you earlier?
Personally, I would weigh this data much more. It's got usually timestamp, movement, real-time data of where he's gone. I would rate this really high accuracy within metres, as opposed to a possible area that phone's located in, because it's bouncing off a tower from a certain direction.
So if I was to give you a hypothetical where, putting aside the CCTV footage, if you just walked in and what you were given was this map and you were told this is a GPS map of Theo's phone activity up to 12:05, are you able to say what searches you would have ordered or considered?
Yes. If I was walking into this particular map and this map alone, get that last point up closest to the headland, I would have started there. A 300-metre contact search around that last point. Obviously, the bushland to the south, the west and the north. A headland walk, obviously, lifesavers, water police, whatever I could get to search the base of the cliffs, and do a beach run further south. It's difficult to say why the data stops in that particular spot, but it's possible that he dropped his phone and continued walking, so that's where I would start, with a 300-metre contact search around that last dot.
If I was to feed into this hypothetical that this map stops at 12:05 in the early hours of the 1st of June, and what you have for the following 12 hours, the last ping is at that wedge map that I showed you earlier, how are you deciding what to search and what priorities you give? Are you going with the latest in time, or are you going with the GPS data from earlier? Could you talk us through how you would assess those decisions?
Personally, I would take that last ping. Like I said, I believe they're accurate to a certain degree, but there is a bit of movement left and right of arc. I would take the GPS data to be more accurate. The ping would certainly be taken into account. There's no doubt about that, considering it happens at a later stage.
I'll show you.
Sorry.
No, go on.
But it's a big area. I mean, where that arc is covers a lot of residential area. There's certain things we would take into account. If it's a large built-up residential area, someone's not going to be lying down in the middle of the street without us being called. It's quite built up around there. So that also plays into it as well.
Sorry, Your Honour, we're just going to bring up the... So I'm going to show you a different map now, which is what we've been referring to as the yellow pin map. And Senior Constable, you recall we showed this to you in the conference, and you would note that in addition to the GPS path from Cheeky Monkeys to Tellos, this map also has times attached to the GPS coordinates. What does a Landsar coordinator do with this map? Is this additional information of value to you?
Absolutely. From my understanding of GPSs and using them in many land searches, where the pins are located and how far they are apart says a lot about how he's moving, what he's doing. Further the pins are spaced apart, the faster it is he's moving. Bits where he's walked up into the scrub, up around the viewed area around Byron Bay writing. Oh, there we go. Where it says uses Google, up around there, he's clearly walked into the scrub. It's taken him a long time to move through that scrub, and he's walked back out and up the beach, back up towards the headland. It says a lot about what he's doing and where he's going.
Well, when you say it says a lot about what he's doing and where he's going, what is that telling you about what he's doing and where he's going?
It says to me, if I was to look at this, if I had this on day one, it says to me he's trying to get up to a road or to some higher point. He walks into the bush. I mean, if he was just going to the toilet or something like that, it was the middle of the night, you'd either do it on the beach or just on the edge of the scrub. You wouldn't punch that far up into that bush, being how steep and how thick it is, if you weren't trying to get somewhere up there near the road.
And so just for the clarity of the transcript, I should say, we're looking at the yellow pin map. We're at the northern tip of Tellos Beach, or at Cosy Corner, and we're looking at the yellow pins that depict Theo just before midnight going up into the headland and returning, and the overall trip taking around 8 minutes. Senior Constable, your hypothesis when you look at that would be that Theo was trying to reach a road, is that right?
Trying to reach a road or a structure or lights or something along those lines. Something was drawing him up in that direction.
The last pin is that one at the top of Tellos Beach, the red pin, and we know that the GPS location stops at 12:05, possibly because location services were turned off. What can you do with this information, knowing that the phone is still connecting to the tower 12 hours later? What can you do with this information to guide your assessment of his behaviour and therefore where he might be located?
It's hard to say for certain, but I would say he is trying to find his way up to the top of the mountain. Or the other hypothesis he's got is that he's taken his clothes off and gone for a swim, or gone for a swim and left his gear on the beach, something along those lines. Where that tower wedge overlays this would be interesting to see. But I can imagine be fairly close to that last position.
So, again, with the crystal ball and with the time machine, not to be silly, but if you've got this information on day one, what search activities are you going to be directing on the back of it?
I would given those two bits of information, I would again do the contact sweep around the headland, look for clothing. Like I said, he's either climbed up or he's gone for a swim. For some unknown reason, the data has stopped. Obviously, he's turned off the data, but he's of the opinion that he doesn't need the maps anymore. He's not familiar with the area. So he's either turned the maps off because he's finished walking, or he's of the opinion he doesn't need the maps anymore. He can see where he's going. I would do the contact search around the cliff face, focusing on the bushland around the Lighthouse Road telephone tower. Obviously, I'd still do the runs along the beach, the cliff faces, definitely, for sure. And all the way up and on the other side of the headland from Clark's Beach up to the pass. That would be another, and around to Watergoes, and meet up at the headland in the sort of a pincer formation. It'll take a couple of days to do that, but that's what I would be focusing much more on that headland area.
When you say a contact sweep, is that a term of art for searching? What do you mean by a contact sweep?
Well, what I do is when I have a last known position, and it's what I do with pretty much all of my searches, the last known position, I'll do what I call a contact sweep, a 300-metre contact search around his last known position. That's to eliminate any possibility that he is in that area. It's my opinion, and my opinion that would be a lot of my searches have found people within 300 metres of their last known position. So that's what I start with.
Is a contact search a particular type of close search where there's a high detection rate? Is that right?
Oh yes. If when I instruct people to do a contact search, I always have people as close as possible to each other as they can, given the terrain, to keep in line as best you can, given the terrain, and to look over, under, and in anything that may be big enough to hide an item that may be of interest to us, or a person.
You also said in that longer answer that you do runs around the cliffs and the headland. What did you mean by doing runs around the cliffs and the headland?
By boat, weather permitting, of course. That cliff is far too dangerous to put people physically on the ground unless they're on ropes. So given the crystal ball, if I got this on the first day, I wouldn't put people on that cliff, because most of the cliff area is visible from the ocean if the conditions are right. And it's hard to say if they were on that day or not. I can't recall that.
You also are a trained abseiler. You conducted some abseil searches yourself personally as part of the search for Theo, is that right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any abseiling around the area depicted on the map marked Cape Byron Lookout Point?
Yes. We did us as a police rescue squad with some other people from Sydney, did abseiled from Cape Byron Lookout Point down to the base of the cliffs, and I went off. It's hard to say. It's just to the south of the O, I believe, the O of the U in Lookout. Just to the south of that, within 20 or 30 metres south of that, and down to the base of the cliffs.
Did you conduct any abseiling along that ridge line where you can see south of the lookout point? On one side, on the left side it's green, and on the right side it's grey. Were you comparing the terrain in those two areas?
Yes, well, we had to set up anchors down there in the green area, and when we set up the anchors, it was, I felt unsafe doing it because of the terrain, the ground, and how quickly it drops down into the ocean, how crumbly that edge is.
What about the green area? Did you ever walk up from Cosy Corner up to that ridgeline? Have you ever done that?
I don't recall actually walking up from Cosy Corner. I walked down from Cape Byron down to where we abseiled off, and then back up again.
And what was your observation of the terrain walking down from the lookout point to that area?
Well, it's horrendous. It's dangerous. It's really dangerous. You don't even have to get close. You don't have to step off the edge. You can just step close to the edge, and it will crumble underneath you, as it did when I was going off abseiling. It's on that map it looks fairly flat, but in real life it's incredibly steep and incredibly slippery.
Those are my questions of this witness, Your Honour. Senior Constable, those are my questions. I'm sure there'll be other questions from the bar table, but before we go to those, I think you wanted to say something to Theo's family.
Oh, yes. So I'd like to take this opportunity to express my condolences to Theo's friends and family. As a search coordinator, we put our heart and soul into every search we do, and not being able to find someone and not being able to give the family the closure that they want really weighs heavy on us. So again, my deepest condolences to Theo's friends and family.
Thanks very much, Senior Constable. I'll just see if there's any questions from Mr. Evenden first. Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Evenden.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm operating with a phone today, so I'm a little bit limited. Look, I'm asking some questions on behalf of Theo's family, and thanks for your evidence so far. You've given some evidence about the drone search that you did on that day, and you had access to a drone, or could have had access to a drone with thermal imaging. Is that right?
We had one, yes, but I'm not sure where it was on that day.
All right. You'd been trained as a land search coordinator since 2017. How long had you been trained as an RPAS pilot?
I believe it was 2019, I think.
And do you remember, so the same year that you were conducting the searches in relation to Theo?
Possibly. Looking back at the log, it was one of my third or fourth flight, so I don't think it had been all that long.
Right. Do you know whether you'd ever flown the drone with the thermal imaging capabilities before June 2019?
From memory, yes. All of our drone flights are logged, and Eagle 35 is our drone with FLIR capability, and there is, I believe, a couple of jobs logged. Whether I can't recall whether they're proficiency flights or whether they're operational flights, but yes, I have used the FLIR drone before.
All right. And does the thermal imaging work during the day, or is it something that has to be conducted at night?
It's more effective during the day. That particular drone is more effective during the day. More effective during the night. It's when the contrast in temperatures is greater at night. Say you're looking for a person, the contrast between the ambient temperature, the temperature of the land, and the person is more significant at night.
And is that the primary reason to use a drone? Is that you might find a person, for example, who's injured in remote bushland?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. Yes.
And other than using that drone, sorry, I withdraw that. How long have you been working as a police officer in the North Coast area?
Now or at the start of
as at June 2019?
7 years.
Right. And were you aware of the availability of other thermal imaging capability other than using the drone?
Talking from 2019, I know that Queensland has FLIR capability. Whether I knew that back in 2019, I can't recall. Westpac here in Lismore doesn't. I probably would have known that Queensland has FLIR capability at that stage, and Westpac doesn't. It's only got night vision, which is different.
Right.
And I guess the other unit would be Sydney.
So Sergeant Vidler, when she gave evidence in December, said that Queensland had very good capability and that it was effectively no problem for them to come down across the border and do thermal imaging at night. Was that something you were aware of back then?
From memory, yes.
All right. Now, when you first come on duty on the Tuesday morning, you have a briefing with Senior Constable Papworth. Do you remember that?
I remember small details of it, yes.
All right. Do you remember also speaking that morning with, as she was then, Senior Constable Vidler, who was about to go to Coffs Harbour for a course?
I may have done. I don't recall. I may have called her that morning, but I don't recall the conversation, no.
All right. Senior Constable Papworth, when he gave evidence today, told us that when he was first assigned as Land Search Coordinator, which was on the Sunday, the 9th, so 2 days before you, that his primary focus at that stage was to search what he called remote bush areas or secluded bush areas because of the possibility that Theo, by day 9, was injured and incapacitated in an area which hadn't been accessed. When you met with him on the Tuesday morning, 2 days later, did you discuss whether or not there had been, sorry, I withdraw that, you would have discussed which areas he had already searched and why, I assume?
Yes.
Did you not discuss at that point whether or not thermal imaging had been conducted?
I don't recall.
Would there have been an expectation, I mean, and I want you to use your experience now, because you're a number of years more experienced in terms of doing any search work, would there be an expectation in your experience that in those first couple of days, if the focus was to search for secluded bush areas, that thermal imaging would have been conducted?
It's a possibility, yes.
Was it something, you may have been asked this at all, but with more questions, was it something that you turned your mind to at all when you were speaking with Senior Constable Papworth when you were first briefed about the matter?
I don't recall any conversation I had with him about the thermal imaging. I'm not sure whether that thought crossed my mind or whether I was just focused on that day where I was supposed to be searching due to the CCTV. I'm not 100% sure. I can't answer that for certain.
All right. Now, you've given some evidence that at a later stage that day, there was a discussion with, you had a conversation with Senior Constable Vidler about what would occur the next day, and the idea was that you'd scale back and conduct drone searches around the lighthouse. Do you recall that conversation?
I recall having a conversation vaguely. What the exact conversation was, I can't recall that at all.
All right. What I want to ask you about is that decision to scale back. Who is it that makes a decision about whether or not a land search will continue?
Generally, it's done in consultation with the search controller, search coordinator, Sydney, RBDU in Sydney, who ultimately look over all of our searches, what assets are available. There's a whole range of what information, the latest intel on what we've discovered, what we haven't discovered. It's a whole range of things that would mean we would scale back on a particular day. If we've been, let's say, flogging the SES teams for a good 3 days and come up with nothing and we haven't got any further intel, well, then we would look at other options, so on and so forth. It's hard to say.
All right.
What
you mentioned there
what the contributing factor at that time was.
All right. You mentioned there the search controller. That's a person appointed by the district commander, and they're distinct from the search coordinator. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's a person who's normally a duty officer or an inspector. Is that right?
Correct.
And is it your understanding in this case that the search controller was Detective Chief Inspector Matt Kehoe?
I believe I may have called him on that day as the search controller. Oh, sorry, on the 11th. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him, yeah.
All right. So if there, I mean, is there a written procedure that you're aware of that says who is responsible for making the decision about whether or not a land search continues?
The written procedure. I know if we're going to scale back or call off a land search, we've got to obviously run it by our bosses in RBDU in Sydney, in consultation with the duty officer, and like I said, there's a whole range of factors that would cause us to scale back or to do more within an area. I hope that answers your question.
Well, just I will ask you, if there was, for example, disagreement between the search controller and the search coordinator, who's ultimately responsible and has the power to make that decision?
The search controller is ultimately responsible if there is a disagreement. Generally, there isn't, because they're usually not been on the ground the amount of time we have.
And do you know? I mean, the reason I'm asking you this question is just that there's a gap of 5 days where there's no land search that occurs between the 12th and the 16th of June.
Yes.
Do you know how that decision would normally be documented and by whom?
No, not in this case. No, I wasn't involved in that process.
Right.
I did the 2 days. The 11th and 12th, and I wasn't involved in the decision to scale it back or to prolong it any further. I wasn't involved in that.
All right. Idler, when she did her statement, said that she kept in contact with you through that Tuesday where you were the search coordinator, and that later in the day, and that's by mobile phone, and that later in the day she was told in a call by you that there would be no coordinated search on Wednesday, the 12th of June. Do you recall where you would have got that information from, if you accept that you were in fact telling her that?
I don't recall where I would have got that information from. Whether it was detectives, whether it was Inspector Keogh, I can't recall that.
All right. The next day, you went and did the drone search of the cliffs, of which we've seen some footage. Do you remember how long that search took?
It would have been over half an hour. So around half an hour plus, no more than an hour for the first one, and probably would have been the same for the second one, somewhere around the 30-minute mark.
And when you're talking about the second one, are you talking about the launch from the hang glider ramp?
That's correct. That one was shorter.
And was that one searching the area in front of the hang glider ramp over Tallows Beach, or was it searching an area on the other side near Watergoes and Captain Cook Lookout and Palm Valley?
No, that was Cozy Corner on Tallows Beach, south along the beach, and the scrubland in behind the beach.
All right. You indicated in your statement that you did a search of the bushland northwest of Lighthouse Road, so covering Captain Cook Lookout and Palm Valley. Is that a third drone search that you did that day?
Was that with Senior Constable Papworth? I think in your statement.
That's right. It's in paragraph 10 of your statement.
Yes. Yes. No, that was by foot.
That was by foot. Okay, because you have said including an RPAS operation.
Clean up has operation. Let me just think about that. I don't recall. I don't recall if it was given the. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I can't recall that. It might be on the flight log, but I can't recall that.
All right. Just going back to the first search from the lookout north of the lighthouse and along the cliffs between Watergoes and Tallows Beach, how thorough would you say that search was?
With the drone?
That's right.
Very thorough. I took my time. I did it. Consecutively in heights and in passes, making sure I covered the entire cliff face and anywhere that it would be possible for a person to be situated where they wouldn't be visible from either the ocean or from any of the roads above.
Right. So we've been shown some footage today of that search. Are you aware of how that was located, and were you in fact the person that found that?
Yes, I was. When I had the conference with, when I was notified of the conference with the Crown, I had it just popped to me one day that I may know where the footage was. It was in an unlabelled folder in one of the hard drives that I just came across.
All right. Now we haven't been provided with that footage yet, but are you able to tell us how much footage there is in terms of duration?
No, it's not the full flight. It's certainly not the full flight. There is. I recorded segments that I believed would be of more benefit, where it can be reviewed later if needed. Whether I didn't pick anything up on the first pass, but I really only recorded the terrain for the sake of recording the terrain or areas of a high probability of detection.
Right. So that was in fact on the day you only recorded limited amount of footage.
That's correct.
All right. In your statement at paragraph 9, when you talk about that drone exercise, you said there the operation took about 2 hours to complete. I think you just told us earlier that it was about half an hour.
Of actual flight time, yes.
Okay. All right. Look, finally, I just have one further question. It's just about, you were just talking about the steepness, or gave some evidence about the steepness of the cliff area on the cliffs near the Byron Bay headland. Can you tell us specifically what area you're talking about there, where you said it was incredibly steep and incredibly slippery?
Map.
We'll just.
I'll need the map.
Up again.
All right. Have you? You said that you've walked down from the road down to Tallows Beach. Is that right?
I've walked halfway down to, basically, if you look at the, there we go. Okay, so where the apex of that road is, you can see on the footy, if you just go back in a bit further, you can see that there is a path down that, where the apex of the corner is, right in the corner, you can see a path that runs down the cliff, the ridge line. I walked down that ridge line to, down there, to around that area, somewhere around that area where the cursor currently is.
Oh, God. Yeah. We're just going to try and take a screenshot of that, Your Honour, with the cursor, because we're conscious of the transcript.
Yes.
And is it your evidence that the steep and slippery part is when you would step off or away from that ridge towards the ocean side? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you'd agree that ridge line can be traversed by, it's quite broad, and it can be traversed by someone without a danger of, for example, going over the side.
No. What prohibits that is there's long grass all along that ridgeline, and there's also bush. what makes that so treacherous is during the daylight you can see the edge. During the night you wouldn't be able to. If you're walking up that cliff line, it would take one wrong step, because where the track is, it's dangerously close to the edge. It would take one wrong step to get too close to that edge and for it to crumble and give way. I certainly would not want to try that at night, because you can't see the drop off. Basically, you can't see it until you're on top of it, and then it's too late.
Would you accept that someone can go up there during the day without a danger, because it is in fact a reasonably broad ridge?
I would say that it would be unlikely that you would take any other path other than the one that's there, due to the long grass. It funnels you towards the way. If you were to walk it, it funnels you towards that edge, because that's where the path is. So
what I'm suggesting to you is you can stay a metre or two away from the edge during the day and be quite safe if you can see that edge. Do you agree with that?
If you can see it. All right. If you can see it, but at night you wouldn't be able to.
All right. I take it that your visit there was during the day, not at night?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Look, thank you, officer. I do thank you for your evidence today.
You're welcome.
All right. Ms Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Harrington, I'd be assisted too if the yellow pin map was left on the screen, because like Mr Evenden, I just had some questions regarding Senior Constable Sterling. I know you said that you'd walking along the ridge line being the line between separating the green from the brown or the grey on the right, so the green on the left and the brown on the.
If I just jump in here,
yes.
I just jump in? Sorry, Ms Palmer. Mr Harrington and I are having some anxiety about the transcript and how this is going to work.
Yes.
What we might just do is, for the record now, I can just indicate that we're looking at the yellow pin map. We're talking, there's a notation on that reads Cape Byron Lookout Point. Going down south from that point, there's a ridge line which is green on the left and grey or beige to the right. What we might do, and Ms Palmer can ask her questions now, but what we might need to do is ask Senior Constable Sterling, after he's finished his evidence, if he could draw on this map with a pen the area that we've been discussing today, and then we might tender that in chambers, Your Honour, just so we have a visual representation for the record of what we're discussing.
So, just to be clear, if we can ask Senior Constable Sterling to mark the path that he walked along that he was referring to.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Yes, when he was walking down from the road along that area, if we could get him at some stage to mark that on a map. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Ms Palmer.
Oh, not at all, Miss Edwards. No, I am confronted by some of those same difficulties too. But I'm just going to ask Senior Constable if he had mentioned that there was an area where he was putting in mount for the abseiling exercise in March of 2020, and he mentioned that some areas were particularly slippery. So, like Mr. Evenden, I was just clarifying where on the map that was, and would any of that area go into the green area? Would some of the green area also be slippery or likely to cause someone to fall? And I appreciate this is all quite hypothetical, but nevertheless, I think it's worth asking the question, just because the Senior Constable has had that experience of being up and down that cliff a number of times, with the drone, and then also from an abseiling perspective as well.
Yes. The way that cliff is, there is a single path that runs from the apex down just inside the green area. It's only a metre or two inside the green area. It's rocky, it's slippery, it's uneven. It's a place where someone could easily very easily trip. And at that stage you're really close to the edge, and the ground is really crumbly and could potentially give way.
Would it be possible in the day, taking an example for the as the day now, would it be possible for a person to walk up what appears to me to be looks like a green path, and I can say that it's below the words Byron Bay on this map and just above the digits 000523 used
Yes.
maps, and there's it looks almost like a little green path on this map.
Yes.
Now, during the day, could somebody from Cozy Corner walk up that particular, I'll call it a path, but walk up that area?
Yes.
And would that be something safe to, is that something that you'd consider would be safe to do during the day?
During the day, yes. If during the day or even during the night, when you look at that from the beach, it's fairly obvious. It's fairly clear. The terrain on the left-hand side, the trees and the scrubland on the left-hand side, and the cliff on the right, you've got this relatively clearer area there near that sort of a valley-looking terrain feature.
And at least during the day, it appears to look like somewhere you could walk if you wanted to try.
Yes.
And do people regularly do that?
Oh, I believe they do, yes.
And are you aware of anyone having an accident there during the day where someone has slipped or?
I don't recall. No, I'm not aware of any, but I don't recall.
And you hypothesize that it may be possible during the night to also see that same area as somewhere that would be possible to go up at least a short way.
Oh yes. In my opinion, it would be. You would be funneled to that area because you'd be able to see the darkness of the cliffs and the darkness of the scrub, and it would be a relatively open area. It's not completely open, but it's more open comparative to the rest of the scrubland around there.
So when you said funneled to the area, are you talking about funneled to that part I referred to before under the words Byron Bay and above the digit 0523?
Yes. It would seem like the logical path to take if you were trying to get up there.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Ms Palmer. Just following on from that, Senior Constable, when you say that the path that Ms Palmer was just referring to at the base of the cliff from Cozy Corner, are you saying that path funnels you onto the same path that you went down from the top?
Yes, it meets up eventually, yes. So you'd head up there till you hit the ridge line, and then from there, the path that comes down from the apex of the corner will meet up with that sort of a clearing area.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Yes.
Sorry, Your Honour. I just have a little bit further on instructions, if I may, Your Honour.
Yes.
Could I just ask you this, Senior Constable? You accept that to the right of the ridge, and I'm talking about the part below the apex that you've described as being
The beige area.
Pardon?
The beige area, you mean?
Yes, the area between the beige and the that's right, the beige area. You accept that area, that cliff, is not vertical. Agreed?
The green isn't. The beige is very close to vertical.
Well, do you agree that you haven't taken any measurements of what angle that is?
No.
All right. I want to suggest.
I've been off many cliffs, and that one made me nervous.
Right. I want to suggest to you, I also have been off many cliffs, and I've also walked that track at night. And I want to suggest to you that it is not vertical, and it is far from being vertical. Would you accept that?
Define vertical.
Vertical is 90 degrees to the horizontal.
It is not 90 degrees to the horizontal.
Your Honour, I think for the benefit of everyone, it would be helpful to have the map at this point because I'm not sure exactly what part of the cliff Mr. Evenden and
That's
Senior
true.
Felting and saying is vertical or not vertical.
Got the map up there again. I think there's probably different angles depending on
Thank you.
where you're referring to on that, along that ridge line.
Okay, I'll put this very simply to you. Do you accept that that photo, that Google Map image, is taken from directly above the headland?
Correct.
If the cliff was vertical, we wouldn't in fact be seeing that beige area because it would be pointing directly down. You agree?
Some parts may very well be, but others, you're right, it's not.
In fact, what we're seeing is a very large area, not much further than not much shorter than the area to the west of the ridge, which you've just described as being able to be climbed quite easily. We're seeing that area shown from above, aren't we?
Yes.
All right. So what I'm suggesting to you is that area to the right of the ridge line, which you've described as the beige area, is not vertical. Would you agree?
I agree, it's not vertical. It is extremely steep and slippery.
And you accept that you've never undertaken a measurement of the angle of that cliff. Do you agree?
Agree.
Are you aware, and this is a question directly from my clients, of any testing that police have done to see, for example, whether a dummy body would in fact move or reach the water line if it was rolled or let go from the top of the ridge line?
I'm not aware of any testing done.
All right. The cliff itself, or the rock itself, is actually quite jagged in places, isn't it?
It is, yes.
It's jagged in a way where if someone slipped from that ridgeline, they may in fact be very easily able to stop themselves from going any further.
No, I disagree with that.
Right. What I want to suggest to you is that, in fact, someone could quite easily, let's say their phone had fallen down off that cliff, or they had to go down off that cliff, someone could quite easily climb down to the east of that ridgeline and then climb back up.
I believe that would be, it is possible. However, I believe that to do so would be extremely foolish. You'd be risking your life significantly if you were to try that. There's different areas in that where it might be safe. However, the area I went off certainly wasn't.
Right. When you're talking about the area you went off, you're talking about where you abseiled from?
Where I abseiled from and where I walked down from the apex. So that whole top part of the ridge is very, very unsafe.
Right. And when you abseiled, where was the anchor that you abseiled from?
About 20 or 30 metres south of the out in Lookout Point. Clearing just a bit further south, probably somewhere between halfway down that ridge line to a third to halfway down that ridge line.
All right.
I think that's where we'll try and get a map marking of that, but we'll have to do it at a later stage.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evenden. Ms. Edwards, anything?
Nothing arising, no, thank you.
Thanks very much, Senior Constable, for your evidence. It's been very helpful. You're excused.
Thank you.
That's the end of the witnesses.
That's the end of the evidence today, Your Honour, yes. Tomorrow we have the late start at 1:30 with the Professor, Senator Varatne.
All right, unless there's anything else, we'll adjourn until 1:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Please all stand. Coroners, close now, Jane.